runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Actually, this is already happening. The European major of the UTMB World Series is starting.
Vamos a disfrutarlo, vamos a vivirlo. They will be there all day long, 8 hours in the mountain.
Y volvemos con más emoción, con más pelea en esta Valdarán Valle de Beautiful pride. He is absolutely giving everything.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back for another weekend of live broadcast for the 50K PDA at this, once again, UTMB major for Europe. And I will be extremely excited to have my co-host, beloved co-host, back in the circuit. Welcome, and welcome from the studios, actually.
Good morning. It's Stephanie Case here joining you for all of the coverage for the next 3 days. I am so excited to be back on the mic and back in the studio with you. We've got an exciting day today with the PDA race. That is a 55K race. We're getting a little preview of the course here now. Now we are already, the race started at 7 a.m. local time. So we are already an hour and 45 minutes into this race. Pretty exciting race. It's got kind of 2 big climbs, but 3 climbs throughout the course. And the top runners are now kind of nearing the top of this first long climb.
Yeah, and it starts with like that long climb. The majority of the climbing is being done there, so it's super exciting because then it means that all the runners who are very strong at going uphill will be at the front of the race. But then there's this long circumnavigation in the high countries on a bit more technical terrain, and then a big descent, and then again up and down. So I mean, as we see all the time on this race, there will be reshuffle of the cards, and we'll see people going back and forth all the way until the end.
Absolutely. And I love it with having that third kind of steep, punchy climb right near the end. Make sure to keep the runners on their toes. Now, over the 3 days of the different races that we will be covering, we will be following 7,500 runners from 91 countries who have come to the Pyrenees to race in this World Series major. Now, a World Series major means that all of the runners get double the number of running stones. So it brings in a lot of competition. And instead of the top 3 winners from the men's and the women's side in the 100-mile, 100K, and 50K categories, it's the top 10 that actually get a direct entry to the UTMB finals. So that means we are really looking at heavy competition for this race weekend. Now, let's start looking at the results so far as we are following the beginning of this race. On the women's side, in third, we have Nuria Gil Clapera from Spain. Now, we will be seeing a strong showing from the Spanish women and the Spanish men, I think. And in second, Helen Mino Faulkner. Now, Helen, I believe, was in first earlier on. Now we have her in second from the U.S.
So I think we're going just our top 3.
Oh, top 3.
Runners. This is
Got
not
it.
yet quite the actual ranking, and then indeed the favorite from Spain, 27 years of age, an insane race pedigrees. Only to name a few, you see a win at Antilado Sky Race, Calamaro Sky Race, and obviously third at Zegamar Ice Creek, another podium for Sarah Alonso. And you were right,
now,
Steph.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Was and still is currently in the lead, but just 3 seconds
Yeah.
from Sarah Alonso. So they are really together, and then 40 seconds back, Nuria Gil. So we have the usual suspects up at the front.
Yeah, it's good that you mentioned that, because actually the favorites of this race are closely aligning with what the ranking is already.
Yeah.
Now let's turn to the favorites on the men's side. We have Santa Maria Blanco, who is our third favorite here going into the race. Now, he's someone that we followed through a couple of these lives last year. Really strong runner. But keep your eyes on Robert Piquemois. Now, he is from Kenya, and incredibly strong racer, incredibly strong background. He's currently running in second. So again, we're seeing a bit of a crossover between our favorites and what the current rankings are. But our number one favorite going into this is Luca Del Piero. Now, Luca has been dealing with a couple of injuries. So since December, he's only been running for the last 2.5 months, but he said he's feeling good today, excited to get out there. Just not sure how he will fare with the distance, so we will have to see. He's currently running in 5th.
And looking at the rankings, we also find these gentlemen up in the front. However, we do have French runner Anthony Felber, who's from the Chamonix Valley representing Team Brooks, and when Anthony is fit, he can
Justice beside her. The fantastic.
Because if I'm not mistaken, he was second to Remy Bonnet up at a mountain running race in Switzerland, Nerivu-Molaison. So he is in excellent climbing shape. So this is probably also why he's like it's such a strong showing from the French runner in that race. And we have a bit of a recap images of the start this morning, Stephanie, and it looks pretty good day to run.
Yeah, the weather is good. Exactly. I think everyone got started off to a really strong start here. Excited to kick this this race weekend off.
Commentary for this race, man, that town was nowhere near as stacked. Like there's spectators, like this is a much bigger wave, as you mentioned it.
Yep.
1,000 participants across all distances. It is a true European major.
And you know what's exciting as well is that we've seen the female participation increase year upon year. In the first edition, there were 12.5% females, and then it was 19% last year, and I think we're up to 21% this year. So we're seeing improvements across the board. Yep.
Yeah, this is super legend.
Now, you were speaking about Anthony Felber. I'm excited to see him up at the front, as you were saying, because I believe he was dealing with a bit of an injury, a bone stress injury most of last year. So he's definitely come back this year fighting and hungry.
He is known as also very good human. But yeah, when 2 weeks ago,
And there we have the women's side. That looks like Sarah Alonso. Now we've got some interesting characters. Yeah, we've got some interesting characters on the women's side. Helen Minot, who we were speaking about earlier, Helen Minot Faulkner from the U.S. She was second at the Madeira Island Ultra Trail, the 110K in April, only 4 minutes behind Katarina Hartmuth. So not sure if her speed over a 50K, But let's see how she fares today and if she's able to keep up the pace that she is setting. Currently still running in first.
And she's due for a big win. Like, as you said,
Yeah.
she was second at Madeira, like Mute, but then she was second
Yep.
also at Big Alta 50K, and then last year she was second at Broken Arrow Sky Race 50K. So just like,
always a bridesmaid, never a bride. Exactly. Yeah.
So we might see this today.
And what's very cool when I was kind of looking a bit more into her background, not only does she teach yoga, but she does competitive race walking as cross training, which is not something you normally see. I mean, it's a totally different style, totally different mentality to do race walking. So she is quite the versatile athlete.
Well, then I guess at least she's ready for ultras. She's just at home to it. Walking the whole thing.
Now, I am keeping my eye out, safety-wise for Sarah Alonso during this race. And I'll tell you why. Some of you might remember last year that she got into a bit of a freak accident with a cow when she was training solo in the Pyrenees. And this was just weeks before the UTMB finals. She actually fractured her 6th rib. And the reason why I'm worried about her here is because when I raced Val d'Aran in 2021, I was actually run into by a deer during the first 10K of this race. So the animals are out there. Sarah, keep an eye out. We are watching you on camera as well, making sure that you get through this safely.
And the stories you get with athletes.
I'm telling you, you can't make this up.
Mr. 2025.
phone call.
And as you can see, just an absolutely stunning course. I was racing near here just a few weeks ago in the Trail 100 Andorra by UTMB race, so a little bit to the east of where this race is taking. But having been on these trails at Val d'Aran, they are stunning. They're gorgeous. They're high altitude and they are technical. Now, the thing about this area is that 30% of the land actually in this area is above 2,000 meters. And the runners today will be going up, I think, close to 2,600 meters. Now, this is the highest point. This is where the leaders, the men have already passed through and are on the descent. The women are clearing that highest point now. Now, this is a place in past years where we've actually had to have some course changes because of the snowpack up high has still been there. But this year, with all of the hot weather we've been having these past few weeks, it is clear. But this is certainly a race that favors those who are ready for gnarly technical terrain. We will have some runnable sections, of course, but definitely people who can deal with the Pyrenees type of terrain will do well today.
Yeah, and again, fingers crossed this weekend for the weather to play ball, because we've had so many occurrence of, this
Hello,
typical
I'm
summer,
Sara Alonso. I am
thunderstorms that
here from
had
Spain, from the
forced us.
assist team, and
think we have an
here I
interview with
am
Sara
the day
Alonso.
before the PDA. So tomorrow's race is gonna take like around 6 hours, a little bit more. So I think I am not at all prepared for this long race. I think in 2 months that is OCC, I will be more prepared, I hope. So I think I fit, but maybe not fit enough for this distance. So I am quite scared about the distance, but I think it can be a really good race thinking about OCC. Okay, looking the start line, I think the 2 more competitors, it's gonna be Helen Minot, that I never raced with her, but she have a really good results in CCC, for example. And Nuria Hill, that even she have been pregnant last year, always that I race with her, she's always strong, so I think it's gonna be my 2 most competitors. And also the distance. Tomorrow weather is gonna be super cool. I think it's gonna take like 20 degrees, so it's really good conditions. And the first part of the race is gonna take more technical in a high altitude that I'm not used to the high altitude. It's gonna be like 2,200, 500, so I am not super prepared for that. I am prepared for the second part of the race that is more runnable, more fast, and in not as much altitude. Something that I always look before a race is the bib number, and I have the 3002, so it's like I can be third, I can be second, or 3 minutes 2, I can be first. So it's something like I always do math with my bib number. Yeah, I think it's the key race before OCC. For me, as a successful race, it's gonna be the most successful, it's gonna be win, but being in the podium, knowing that I manage the nutrition, the race pace, arrive with energy to the last climb, and finish the race with a smile, and knowing that I do a good result, even if the other women are faster than me or not. I think being around 6 hours, 6:15, it's the goal, and trying to win. Okay, so last year I come here because it was super warm at home. Today at home it was 35 degrees, so I come because it's 3 hours from my home, it's super beautiful. And I was chairing the PDA, and I went to Colomés, that is the technical part, and in fact I fall. So the only part that I see is the most challenging part, and I know that it's gonna be challenging for me. And the other part, I have been the live streaming of last year, and I know that I can run well there. So I will move up, starting in 2-3 hours is when I will start to move faster, I hope.
Now, that was an interesting pre-race interview with Sara Alonso. I think she's downplaying her readiness for this race, saying that she will start to make a move after, only 2 to 3 hours. And we are coming up, we are just past the 2-hour mark, and she is running in second, predicting that she wanted to finish in 6 hours, 6 hours 15. I think that's incredibly conservative. If we look at the times from last year, Yao Miao finished in 5 hours 31. Now, the times for the women in particular, a bit on the men's side, but in particular for the women, the times for this race have been coming down over the last 3 years. And with the weather conditions we have today, I think we will see some fast times.
And did we have the full course last year? Because I remember, it's all getting blurry. Because I remember we had like a 51, maybe 51K instead of 55 because of the snow up high. So this might also explain, just as a comparison, because the year before, in 2024, Ines Astrain, and I was expecting Sarah to bring up Ines's name because Ines won that race in 2024 as part of her main competition, but I guess she couldn't name them all. But I agree with you, Steph. Like, a third place at Zugama, you'd be like, do you really feel that unfit?
Yeah, exactly.
You can't fake that race.
Exactly. No, that's a really good point about last year. Last year was definitely, I think it was a few kilometers shorter, a little bit different in elevation because those course changes we mentioned due to, on that high pass, the 2,600 meter pass. Sometimes there's snow up high. A couple of years ago when Ines Astrain won, she came in 6 hours 12. But I'm still expecting to see faster times this year than that. Closer to that 6 hour mark, I would expect.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense, considering the depth of the field and I mean today's weather conditions. Sarah touched base on this like very slightly, but this is perfect. Like you can see here on the. In the sky at the start, it was nice and cool, like slightly overcast. It's perfect running conditions, and that's probably going to help as well. Lower the times.
And as we've been seeing across the board, the women's times are just getting faster and faster and faster at an exponential rate compared to the men's race. If we look back to 2023, the winning time was 6:32, and I think it was even slower in 2022. So even on a 50K, 55K race, we can see huge gains here.
Here we go. We have our men's leader past, as you were saying, past the highest point and now coming down. And I don't know about you, Steph, but like these don't seem like trails I've seen before. So this might be some of the new images that we're getting on this course. So led by Anthony Felbert, followed by Robert Penboy, and who is that runner? Because as he came into the frame, he's cut straight through, and then now he's cut again. So is that a participant, or is that someone cheering the runners? Because if that is, and that there's confusion because they're, maybe it's just not a participant, and Robert Penboy just stopped because he saw someone come behind you, but then go the other way. Okay, we're gonna have to keep an eye on that.
So on the men's side, as you say, we had Anthony Felbert from France leading in first, but hot on his tails was Robert Penboy from Kenya. And then we have Gianluca Giano from Italy. So we do have, and then Luca. So we do have the Italians giving a chase down. It's interesting not to see a Spaniard in the top three, in the top four, but we do have them coming up in fifth and sixth.
Here we go. So, it looks like we're back with Robert Penboy, but now he's in second place, and that was the opportunity for Anthony to just, without trying, actually pull away a little bit, and then, right behind Robert probably are the two runners you mentioned. So, I don't know if we're gonna hear from our cam runner, and maybe he can explain back to the studio what went down at that point.
Yeah, and what happened during the pass. Now, Robert is coming off of a win at the 50K race a few weeks ago in Andorra, where I was racing as well. Again, similar types of trails, very technical, very gnarly. You get quite good climbs on that course as well. So he's been in the area, kind of getting very comfortable and acquainted with these trails, and it is showing off. I think he's running with real momentum right now. I mean, not only on the course, but in general in his race. And as we can see there, it is a close pack at the front. The top three runners are really running very close together.
Yeah, and take that back. Robert Penboy is in the lead.
Yep.
So Anthony Felbert fell back, so maybe they did take a wrong turn or something. But anyway, these three gentlemen are all together early on.
And it'll be nice to see if they're going to be working together, as they kind of shift in position as they go down this descent. Now, we might start to see a shift in the lead depending on who's stronger on the ups versus who's stronger on the downs. They are now on this first descent, coming up to the second short ascent in the course. And you can see a lake here in front. Now, interestingly, PDA, when it's translated from the local language, it means footprints of water. And that's because this course threads past more than 20 lakes in a single stretch. So not water I would necessarily take extra hydration from, but beautiful to look at all the same. Depends
Well, usually it usually hits a few days later, so you should be all right.
That is very true. Now, the runners are lucky today without having really hot conditions, because that does throw a bit of a wrinkle in the spanner if you need to get more liquid. Now getting a nice look at the town there. This is just a beautiful place to come race. Definitely, if this isn't on your race calendar, put it on your spectating calendar. And if you have trouble getting a bib into this race, what's very cool is that with the charity bibs, you do have a chance of being able to get a spot if you don't get one through the normal registration. This is the third year of charity bibs where they raise about 8,000 euros a year through that method. So quite a nice way also to give back.
Absolutely, and then it shows that these races are getting bigger and bigger with like over 90 different nationalities, but yet they keep their like local roots well in place and supporting the local communities, and this is definitely something we appreciate, and all the runners will feel when they will partake in that race. And it looks like our cam runner took a bit of a tumble, but back on their feet. And if I'm guessing correctly, I think they're carrying the Starlink on their back. So usually this is a setup that only mountain bikers have, because that setup is far heavier than the traditional sub 2 kgs backpack that the runners have. But for that location, they do need to have a Starlink with them, which means a bit of a heavier setup and therefore a bit of a bigger challenge for this cam runner to follow these runners. I mean, look at this. Like this is just like free falling over rocks to keep up with some of the best runners in the world. So hats off to the production. Yep.
This is what I was talking about in terms of that technical terrain, and everyone is getting a workout today, not just the runners, but the camera runners, and also us as spectators. With this kind of footage, you really feel like you are on the trails with them. Now, as we are following the lead men in this 50K race, I am hitting refresh and checking. Okay, we have some results on the women's side. Sarah Alonso has now moved into first, going through that checkpoint at the top of that highest point, at the top of the climb. So Sarah Alonso from Spain has passed Helen Mino Faulkner. Now, she had said in her pre-race interview that she wanted to start to make a push after about 2 hours, and it seems that she has.
Yeah, especially because so far nobody else has gone through Cos de Poro.
Yep.
And she went through at 9:08 and it is 9:12. So unless it hasn't refreshed just yet, it would mean that there's already 4 minutes between first and second. She would definitely have made a move.
So again, like I said, I think she was being humble during that pre-race interview, and she is more ready for this race than she was letting on. Now, she did mention Nuria Gil Caplera in third, how she's a new mom. She's actually coming up on the first birthday of her baby. She had her baby in July last year. Now, Nuria, who is running in third, has been dealing with some injuries for the last couple of months, some issues with her foot that kept her from racing Sagama, but she said she was excited to get back on the start line today. So we'll see if that kind of post-race or post-injury, back into the race energy will keep her on the podium.
And it is confirmed. Yeah,
Ooh,
it's bang on by the second, 4 minutes between Sarah Alonso and Hélène Faulkner. This is a decisive move. We didn't have it on camera, but it could be as early now as after just over 2 hours of racing. The winning move? Could we say this? Not maybe.
It's too early to call it at this point, but we do have a switch up in third, as we were just talking about Nuria Hilcaplera. She has now dropped back down to fourth. Let's see if that she's holding in fourth. We have a new Spaniard on the women's side in third. Now I'm going to give a go at this Neira Irigoyen.
Not bad. Yeah, really good. And then, as a matter of fact, if we want to pull really backstory, Nayara has been racing for a long time, but we talked about Alama Santa Maria, and they are together. They are a power couple, and so it certainly helps having a partner who not only understands your sport but practices your sport, lives your sport. So these two have been showing up at races and scoring very, very high. And so even though Alama Santa Maria did not have the race he wanted quite in Zugama, I think he's back in business, and it's good to see Nayara always race from the back, very conservative at the start, but she has wheels, and so if she's starting to move up again, already, well, a lot of things can still happen.
I love these race couples. There are a few of them that we often commentate on at the top. There's nothing like a little friendly competition within a relationship to keep things going, right?
Yeah. And then it becomes competition on every single thing. Interesting. As much as Hélène Faulkner has been racking up the second places, it looks like she's well anchored for that. We never know. A lot of things can happen, and as we've said, until they cross the line, nothing is done. And as much as we hope that Sarah Alonso will be fine, but that was indeed a very decisive move early on in the race, as we have images of the front pack in the men's, the top three here on your images. We're going to go for a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back after that, so stay with us.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
First time doing the group is so nice.
Catalunya.
All right, and just like that, we are back, and we are now with Luca Del Piero and Alain Santamaria running in 4th and 5th and moving extremely well over this technical terrain, actually dropping our cam runner like a bad habit. So hopefully they can catch up very quickly. You're allowed to cut those switchbacks as a cam runner, obviously. And here, super cool drone shots of some of the many lakes that these runners will go past, as you were saying, Steph. This is the cool part of the race. This is like super remote, and all these glacier-fed lakes they've been built and shaped on the high plateaus million years ago, and offer super cool views. And yeah, you know, if you want to go for a dip, always an option.
You know, it just looks from this drone shot, it looks like a giant has just, walked through this valley and left these little footprints behind, which is exactly why the PDA race is called, translated from the local language, Footprints of Water. Now, we are covering the 50K race, but we will be covering the 100K and 100-mile category races this weekend. We have 3 days of live coverage. We will be with you, me in the studio. We will have Jackie join us tomorrow, and then Martin will be here with me in the studio on Saturday.
Yeah, it's going to be like playing hot sit. Going to be moved around, but luckily you're going to keep everything in order all throughout the 3 days. And that's going to be super cool. Tomorrow will be a later start with the start of the 100K and the 100 miles for the second part of the day. And then, yeah, we'll be here for the long haul on Saturday. So, yeah, get everything ready, get your long run done before the party starts, and then it will be on for probably something around 10 hours of broadcast.
Yep. Get your snacks. We will be ready, so you should get yourselves carbo loaded and ready to watch alongside us. With these images, you really feel like you are on the course with the runners. We'll be following the men and the women all throughout the course. Now, my goodness, as you were saying, the beginning of this part of the race, this early part, it's very technical. Lots of steep climbs, technical descents. You really have to watch your footwork, but there are some runnable sections near the later later third of the course. Sarah Alonso was talking about that in her pre-race interview. Now, she said that was where her strength would be, but she is already leading after just a couple hours into this race. So that sets her up well, I think, for a good performance here today. Beautiful weather, not too hot, no snow up high. I'm excited to see how much we can bring those finishing times down this year.
Yeah, and the competition is certainly gonna play a role here. There are a lot of runners wanting to get on the top spot here at this PDA. Once again, this is a European major for the UTMB World Series, which means that not only you get more stones, there are, if I remember correctly from the top of my head, 210 automatic entries into the UTMB World Series final between the top 10 in each races, but also the age groups. So there's a lot of appeal on top of obviously being a super cool event and the courses being beautiful. But for the pointy end of the race, for the top runners, top 5 exactly, men and women in each of the 50K, 100K, and 100-mile distance, there is prize money. And for the win, it is 5,000 euros. So if it's not enough to be motivated by taking a big win here, there's money to be made.
And you know what you do with that money? You put it into another race. So prize money goes down from first all the way down to 5th place. So 5th place does go home with 1,000 euros, which, is not pocket change. That can certainly get you to another race in a beautiful location like this.
Absolutely. Or as some of those runners, professional runners, it just helps to pay the bills. This is an interesting.
Bills are races, Martin. Those bills are races. Speaking as a professional runner myself, I'm telling you, you got to win races to run more races.
Yeah. Name of the game. You take winner takes all and then put it back on the table. So there we go.
Got it.
we have we had Anthony Felbert on your screen, who seemingly was doing something with his pack a little bit as he was going, and then Luca Del Piero going through. Alain Santamaria not stopping at the aid station. Interesting. Some of the runners have a bit of a different strategy, but you know, the sun is out and it's going to get hotter and hotter. So especially on that section, which is quite exposed on that four-wheel drive track, I think Luca Del Piero has heaps of experience, and he chose to invest, as we were talking about investing money in future races. He invested a few seconds into refilling his flasks, and I believe that is a very smart move.
Yeah, you do not want to skip water out on this course, even though it's cooler temperatures than what we might normally see. You need to stay hydrated on this in order to perform well. So now we are following here the 6th place, and who is this that we are following? Here's our 6th place mystery man.
Edu Rodés Guirao, maybe.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a gap on the live. It jumps from 5th to 7th. So I'm going to call this our ghost runner. It could be Edu. Or we have our mystery man. But you know, I'm looking back at that checkpoint footage. It just, every year it gets faster and faster and faster, where those checkpoints become critical moments where you can gain time in your competitors. We are seeing these races being won, you know, not by tens of minutes, but by minutes and sometimes down to seconds. So an extra 40 seconds, an extra 30 seconds that you spend at a checkpoint, that can make a difference, even over a short course like this 55K. Short in quotations, of course, comparing to the 100K and the 100-mile categories. Now look at this footwork. You can see these trails. You know, sometimes you've got steps made out of the stones. These are ankle twisting terrain. I can say that from experience, having twisted my ankle in Endura 2 weeks ago. You really have to have good technical footwork as you take on those descents.
Oh,
now here
look
we
at that climb.
Top men. Now this is the second climb of the race. It's a short climb. We have the first big climb, the climb near the end. This is the short middle climb, but it is punchy.
And this is very, very interesting here, piece of information. Robert Penboy did not have poles, and so he was hands on knees, a little bit bent over, as you would do on really steep terrain when you're climbing. But I think it was both Anthony Felbert and Gianluca Giano from Italy, both using poles for that climb, and that's going to make such a difference. And it's interesting, you know, like this is, again, air quote, only a 50K, and it's so cool to see those top runners now choosing to take poles, even on usually poles used to be only for 100 miles, and then runners realize that if you are comfortable using poles, even on a 50K on such big climbs, everything you can do to save your legs will make a difference. And so you see that both these runners making really good ground on that climb and have left behind Robert Penboy, who did not have poles. So it does make a big difference.
Absolutely, and especially because the poles that are made now are just so much lighter than the poles of even 5 years ago. So it doesn't make that much of a difference to carry them with you. And even though you can't usually get a sense of how steep a race is from the camera, you can feel it here. This is a steep climb. The runners are kind of bent over. They're working. They are pushing.
And Steph, on the left-hand side, I got the confirmation from Albert Jorquera, who's always with us, whether in the live, somewhere on the field, or right now in the chat. He was giving us a little bit of a correction earlier that last year when the course was shortened, it was because of the bad weather, and now it all comes back to me. And they didn't do the very last climb, the steepest climb on like almost off trail, straight up the grassy field. So that didn't get to do that. So he cut a bit of distance, and it will definitely cut a bit of elevation. But the runner that we saw briefly fly downhill, getting to the aid station, was Dani Castillo. Dani Castillo, who we've discovered 5-6 years ago as a young trail runner, and has gradually but consistently trained and worked his way up, and now into top 10, something top 5 of international races. And it's good to see him like in such good form, because the way he was moving on that descent, and the fact that this race finishes with a really long downhill, we could see him do really well today. So we'll keep an eye on him. He was with the orange t-shirt.
And we do have one withdrawal on the women's side. Enera Martinez from Spain was running, I think, near the top, has withdrawn now.
Here we go. Our lead woman, Sarah Alonso, representing Team Asics. Edna, official sandbagger, because she is absolutely crushing.
I knew it. She was being humble. She was really playing it coy in her pre-race interview, saying, "Oh, I'm not sure how we're going to see quite a strong performance as she gets to the more runnable sections later on." Way to go, Sarah, and not a cow or a deer in sight to worry about.
Stay clear of those. Stay clear of those at all time.
Now you can see she doesn't have pole. It doesn't look like that she had poles with her. So it'll be interesting to see how she does. Yeah, I don't see poles on her. It'll be interesting to see how she does on that steep climb after the next checkpoint, as we saw the men really leaning into their poles. Going up that. Now she's reaching for a gel, reaching for some fuel or a flask.
Flask.
There we go.
Yeah. Emptying that flask. You know, that good old sucking to try and get another drop out of it, even though you see it completely flat. You're like, oh no. Because it looks like there's really not much left in it. I don't know if you are listening back home and you are trail running yourself and you find yourself in this situation. I found that like the one trick that works is actually blow air into it to make it like full again, and then you like lean backwards, and so you have these last few drops that get to the tip of it, and then you bite into it, and the air just propels everything, whatever is left, in your mouth, and then you can get usually a few more drops out of it. Bit of a
That's
trick.
A good tip, Martin. Yeah, but you know, if you take your eyes off of this trail to lean back for even 1 or 2 seconds, you risk doing a face plant. Look at this scenery. I mean, this is just a gift to be able to run on these trails. I hope the runners, as fast as they are going, get a chance to look at these views coming up on yet one of these 20 lakes on Sarah Alonso's left.
And it's interesting because we're used to seeing Sarah race, and she's hauling. Like, this is not a phase where she's, you know, cruising and just covering ground. As soon as we had images of her, we saw her catch a glimpse, like try to look over her shoulder to gauge the damage she would have done with what seems to be a very purposeful move, and she is still like pedal to the metal, really pushing the pace now. So I think she's just trying to make a big enough gap, and when I think it's still a while for these runners to see their crew, because I think it's only at RTS now, at the bottom, at the 40K mark, where she'll be able to have an official split. And I think, yeah, we're back with Sarah's interview.
Here I am the day before the PDA. So tomorrow's race is gonna take like around 6 hours, a little bit more. So I think I am not at all prepared for this long race. I think in 2 months that is OCC I will be more prepared, I hope. So I think I'm fit, but maybe not fit enough for this distance. So I am quite scared about the distance, but I think it can be a really good race thinking about OCC. Okay, looking the start line, I think the 2 more competitors, it's gonna be Helen Minot, that I never raced with her, but I she have a really good results in CCC, for example. And Nuria Hill, that even she have been pregnant last year, always that I race with her, she's always strong, so I think it's gonna be my two most competitors. And also the distance. Tomorrow weather is gonna be super cool. I think it's gonna take like 20 degrees, so it's really good conditions. And the first part of the race is gonna take more technical in a high altitude that I'm not used to the high altitude. It's gonna be like 2,200, 500, so I am not super prepared for that. I am prepared for the second part of the race that is more runnable, more fast, and in not as much altitude. Something that I always look before a race is the bib number, and I have the 3002, so it's like I can be third, I can be second, or 3 minutes 2, I can be first. So it's something like I always do math with my bib number. Yeah, I think is the key race before OCC. For me, as a successful race, it's gonna be the most successful. It's gonna be win, but being in the podium, knowing that I manage the nutrition, the race pace, arrive with energy to the last climb, and finish the race with a smile, and knowing that I do a good result, even if the other women are faster than me or not. I think being around 6 hours, 6:15, it's the goal, and I'm trying to win. Okay, so last year I come here because it was super warm at home. Today at home it was 35 degrees, so I come because it's 3 hours from my home, it's super beautiful. And I was chairing the PDA, and I went to Colomers, that is the technical part, and in fact I fall. So the only part that I see is the most challenging part, and I know that it's gonna be challenging for me. And the other part, I have been the live streaming of last year, and I know that I can run well there. So I will move up, starting in 2-3 hours is when I will start to move fast.
So that was the pre-race interview with Sarah Alonso, currently our female race leader in this 50K race here in the Pyrenees. And we are, there we go, following through on this technical terrain, really sandbagging, undercutting what her actual strength and experience is coming into this race. She moved into the lead just after about 2 hours or so, when she said that she would really start to make a push, but indicating that she would feel stronger on the more runnable sections. She is preparing for OCC later this year, so if she thinks that this isn't her strong race, then I'm excited to see what she'll do at OCC.
Yeah. Even though, you know, this is going to be a slightly longer course now, as I'm sure everybody has had the opportunity to see and hear. There's a change in the course, so not going through La Flégère, but that's adding, was it another 5 or 6 Ks? Plus a bit of elevation gain, changing the profile, not finishing with the big climb and descent. So yeah, I think this is a good stepping stone here for Sarah to gauge the shape of the moment, maybe readjust a few things before the big dance at the end of August in Chamonix.
And, you know, I would love to hear what people's predictions are for the finishing times for the men and for the women today. Are we going to see faster? We will see maybe not as fast times as last year because we had a shortened course last year, but are we going to see the women hit that 6 hour mark? Are we going to see the women break the 6 hour mark today? That is the question that I would like people to comment on in the live chat.
Yes, let us know, and in the chat once again, it's on the live.utmb.world. You select the Valeron event and then the PDA for the 50K, and we'll be there to answer also all your questions. You know, we're here for a while, and so, you know, Steph and I have a fair share of kilometers and experience on the trail, so if you have any questions that are related to trail running, by all means, shoot them in there or let us know who you're supporting or where you're watching from. It's going to be a few hours that we're going to spend together today and far more the whole weekend, and so we welcome all of you in the chat. As we have images of Sarah Alonso here, we have a quick commercial break, but we'll be right back.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
When every step counts, precision matters. Vabrum grips the wild, so you can run free. No matter the trail, confidence makes you extraordinary.
Here we go, drone shot over the last switchbacks of that climb, and now we are back live with Sarah Alonso on that section where we saw Ana Santamaria and Luca Del Pero cross not so long ago. Actually, it's not much of a gap, and see, she is now even picking up runners, moving up through the field on those exclusive images. Yeah.
Yeah, she is chasing the men down. This is what we love to see. She is racing not just the women, she's racing the overall field. And what a cool part of the course to run along this little dam alongside one of the 20 lakes in the Pyrenees that they will be running by across this course. She looks strong to me. I mean, she looks like she's really going for it.
Here we go, a bit of a replay. Oh! So we had missed it. Wow, that is like 4 steps on the hands before the knees touch the ground. That is skills. Sarah Alonso
on that. Yeah, but we were talking earlier during the break that she had said in her pre-race interview that she'd had a fall before on the course. So, you know, when you really go all out, sometimes you trip and fall. But it looks like she's experienced enough to save herself from bleeding her way across this course.
Wow. Okay. Sarah Alonso, please look after yourself.
Now, as we're following Robert going up this climb, you know, we were speaking earlier, he does not have poles, and it does seem to be quite a disadvantage compared to the front 2 runners who were really leaning into their poles to get up the climb. You know, this section here that the men are on, and that the women are about to head on, it's only 3.6 kilometers in between checkpoints, but they are a meaty 3.6 kilometers. And you can hear, if you don't have your volume up high, you can hear the breathing of the camera runner and just how much the camera runners are working carrying all of that equipment to bring you these wonderful images.
And again, about Robert Penboy, and this is also an update that I owe to Albert Joquera. Claudia Tramp, that we know very well, top Spanish runner, she's actually lent a lot of her gear to Robert at the start of the race this morning, because he came from Kenya and he was still missing a lot of things. And so he's currently running with a lot of Claudia's gear on his back. So again,
how cool.
hats off to Claudia Tramp for doing such a cool move and offering to give her gear to Robert, and yeah, a good reminder that this is why we love trail running. This is where good humans shine.
You bet.
And so here is that Anthony Felbert now, who's in the lead alone, or Gianluca. Both runners representing Team Brooks, so a bit harder to see who's who. But I think, that blue cap does belong to Anthony Felbert, the French runner from the Chamonix Valley, who's opened up a bit of a gap on his fellow team runner, Gianluca Giano.
Now, he was sidelined with an injury for most of last year, but I believe his comeback marker was running a 1:06 half marathon in Barcelona before he wanted to come back to the trails. So he is showing us that he has come back from injury strong and giving the others a run for their money today.
Yeah, when you get wheels like this, it's always dangerous, especially coming down into RTS and then out on that four-wheel drive track, which I think totals about 4 or 5 Ks. This is a section of the race where if you really have that kind of speed in your legs, you can put time on your competition without trying too hard. Here we go. Luca Del Pero, skyrunning expert, is now running in fourth.
He's a former ski mountaineering athlete, I believe, so he certainly knows how to do the climbs on skis or on foot.
Oh yeah. Like, that man trains and lives in the mountains, and that's going to make a bit of a difference again. I wonder, actually, if he has poles as well. Skyrunners tend to not use poles as much because the terrain is just so technical. You use your hands to climb up and down, and yeah, it doesn't seem like he's got some, but they would come extremely handy already on that little climb. But on the very last climb, and the part that was actually cut from last year, it's not going to happen again this year because the weather is perfect, and that climb is such a wall that in the later stage of the race, having poles might really make a difference, and that difference could be between first and second or second and third. So we know that the top 2 runners have poles, so we'll keep an eye on that.
And what we are also keeping an eye on is the women's field, because we should have the top women runners clocking through the Colomares checkpoint any minute now. So hitting refresh when we need to. And there we go, looking at that final little bit of a climb on the men's side. I was wondering why he was keeping his poles out, but it's because we still have that last sharp ascent before the descent, and then a long runnable stretch of flat on the plateau. So really double poling, leaning into those poles to keep pushing up this climb, up this steep part. This is where you can gain some time. Anthony Felbert from France, incredibly strong runner. We know that he can run fast on road and on flats. So the final part of this course is going to, I think, favor him as well. Not that he's too shabby on this climb. This is a multi-talented athlete. Yeah.
And again, it's super
really
interesting.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I was just going to say that's what's incredible about this race. It used to be that you would have people who were, uphill specialists or downhill specialists. Now you have to be good at everything in order to stay at the top. And here we can see on the left-hand side of your screen, we have Sarah Alonso coming through the checkpoint, making sure to drain her flask before she refills. This is going to be a quick transition. And there we go. She's off.
Yeah,
she
and
only
look,
refilled one flask there.
And by the look at what she's doing right now, she was shaking it. So my assumption is that was an empty flask that she had since the beginning of the race with already energy powder in it, and she just needed to add water, give it a bit of a shake, so it's mixing nice and clean. And then she has her own nutrition for that next section. So a bit of a shout out here to also the team of Trail Running Review, running alongside Sarah Alonso.
And we'll have to see, how far back. We don't really have an update yet on the other women. How far back is Helen Mino Faulkner from the U.S.? Is she still in second? Do we have a chase down from the Spaniards? Has Nuria Gil Caplera fallen a little bit back? It looks like she may have. And we have, a couple of female runners from Romania in the top 10, which is exciting. We got Denisa Dragomir and also Oana Emerai.
And Denisa Dragomir, if you've been following the trail running circuit for over 10 years, she was, if I'm not mistaken, she was actually skyrunning world champion. She's been super, super strong, and then was out of the circuit for many years. And then she's back now, and back at a super strong level. And talking about Romanian runners, Leonard Mitrica as well in the men's is also there, and he's also one of the runners who can run on technical terrain extremely well. So we might see him creep up as the race goes by. Right now sitting in 9th position.
Yeah. And actually, both of the female runners from Romania, Oana and Denisa, they're both skyrunning specialists. Denisa being the skyrunning World Series champion from 2021, but also Oana being a vertical specialist more than an ultra runner, let's say. So certainly the climbs will favor them during this first part of the course. We might not see them up near the front. They might drop back a little bit near the later part of the course, but time will tell. And so at the last checkpoint, I think we had a 4-minute lead of Sarah Alonso. And I'm just hitting refresh.
Yeah, and as we're looking for this data, still have a super stunning drone shot of Anthony Felbert on that rate. And man, he is still going pedal to the metal on that climb. I don't know if this was part of the plan to really put an attack here at this point. And he knows that course so well. He's not even done with the climb. He's already putting the poles away, only a few meters, and then drop down. That is optimized. This is perfectly handled by the French runner.
He is definitely a man with a plan. This guy knows what he's doing. He knows what he wanted to do here today. I think When you're coming back, from injury, you've just got a little bit more fight in you. You've got something to prove to yourself, and maybe you feel like you've got something to prove to others, to your sponsors, to whoever. It can feel like you're coming in with a bit of a chip on your shoulder. It can actually fuel you forward.
If you feel like you've done the work, and then again have the confidence from a previous race like 2 weekends ago, as I was telling you, super strong result from Anthony Felbert. So you're like, okay, I've done these. I mean, he's done these distances before, so it's not like he's going into the unknown. He's been over technical. He's been at international races, and so yeah, it's on. And look at him go down that track. It is super steep, and he's making it look so smooth.
Okay, and we have an update on the women's side. We've had a bit of a change up behind Sarah Alonso. Looks like Helen from the U.S. has dropped back. She was running in second. Speaking of the runners from Romania, we do have Oana Emirai from Romania, who has clocked in 3 minutes behind Sarah Alonso in second. And then we have Niera Irigoyen from Spain in third.
Yeah, not surprising. She, as I was saying, like she can run from the back, and so here on that climb, and as much as runners were saying apparently this morning it was quite chilly, this is it. This is now getting hot. Fully exposed climb, the sun is out, and things start to get hot. So we saw runners skip the aid station like the on Alan Santa Maria earlier. I don't think you want to play like you want to take such gamble, and again, it doesn't take that much time to refill a flask, and even if you're not that thirsty, you just pour water over yourself. And so on the left-hand side of the screen,
I was just going to say, look how steep that climb is. Yeah, that Sarah is doing on the right. You can see no poles. She's using her hands. She's scrambling up that climb. It is steep, steep, steep. And that is our second place woman here now on the screen. So we've had a switch up. That's Oana from Romania in second place. Helen Mino-Faulkner has dropped back, has not yet clocked in through the checkpoint, according to what I'm seeing on the tracking.
Okay, let's hope nothing bad happened, but we got to say, and we're going to be stating the obvious, but this course is very technical, especially this past section. And sometimes, not to make big stereotypes, but for Americans to come over in those super technical sections, it could really surprise them. Like, whoa, okay, what's going on here? Because there are much fewer races over in the US. I'm not saying there's none that have this level of technical terrain, and therefore less chances for these athletes to train and be comfortable on this kind of technical course. So hopefully it's
I agree with you there. I agree with you there in general, although I think Helen is from Colorado. I do believe that she lives somewhere around the Hard Rock course.
Right.
So if that's the case, then she should be used to quite steep terrain. But it's also hard. I think she came over maybe a week ago to Spain.
Oh, yeah.
And sometimes doing the long distance travel does impact you. And then we have Estelle Roig-Fortin, who is currently running in sixth. No? That doesn't look like her, is it?
I have my doubts. No, I think
Estelle has moved up in the rankings. She is now someone that we should be keeping an eye on. Quite a strong runner who often runs above her ranking. We are going to a commercial break. We will have more for you in just a few moments.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Tanta gente, non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion, cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica, fa un male cane.
Aïe, ah, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta, è finita.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
And we are back at the PDA race at Val d'Orem by UTMB. We are following the 55K race today. We are with you over the next 3 days for an exciting 3 days of racing. And wow, look at the top men taking this descent. You cannot take your eyes off the trail when you are going down terrain like this. So the top men are now on the second descent of this course. Once they do the steep descent, they will be hitting quite a plateau where they'll really be able to open up and throw down some speed.
And the second runner here on your screen with the orange t-shirt once again is Danny Castillo. And he's making good use of these trees, just holding on to them one after the other. Those branches are pretty useful. You can see it slows you down a bit. Helps you stabilize. Oh, unless it was one of our camera runners who also have an orange t-shirt.
They're just keeping us on our toes.
Oh man,
runners.
Too many curveballs early this morning. Looks like I didn't dodge that one.
You know, it's hard when you're running on terrain like this. You just want to look out at the views, but you have got to see where you're putting your feet. Now, switching over to the women's side, this is Sarah Alonso taking that climb. She is now on the second climb of the course. Again, quite a short section in between checkpoints, just 3.6K, but they count. And she's really taking every chance she can to keep up momentum, to keep pushing, run up these steep climbs. She is taking no prisoners.
Oh no, no, no. And we got a quick video capture here.
So we are looking at a replay of the start of the PDA course. This is the 55-kilometer course that started at 7 a.m. local time with relatively cool temperatures. Everyone getting set up for a fast day out on the trails.
Nuria Gil and Ines Astrain talking with one another.
Nuria Gil being a new mom, 1 year into being after having her baby. And she's doing great today. She's lovely to see. Do you know, it doesn't matter whether you are an elite or whether you're a recreational runner. Everyone has the same nerves when you're standing on that start line.
Oh yeah, you're going into something you've hopefully prepared for. Try to get on the start line with the best of your abilities, and then when the gun goes up, it's just like, all right, now let's make it count. Let's just get to the finish line, look around, and bring back views and memories and stories along the trail. But yeah, also the fair share of challenge, as this race is legit. You say like 55Ks, but 3,300 meters of gain is yeah, it's a good ratio for a 55K. And so no wonder.
First part of this race. Yep.
And I was just saying, no wonder so many people have the poles at the start.
And as you were saying, you know, not normal to see the top runners using poles in such a short race, but they have come in handy. And as we can see, Robert here from Kenya running, he did not have poles, and it did affect him on the climbs. He did drop back, but wow, look at him move now. He's going to try to gain some ground that he lost on those climbs. Look at him open up on this flat, very runnable section.
That's and not only open up, but he is moving back in first place. Robert Painboy is just making a statement here with Anthony Felbert, even though, you know, we had a pretty strong reference on a half marathon, so he has wheels, but Robert Painboy is like, you might be faster on those climbs with your sticks, but I am moving faster than you on those rolling sections. And we're going to have quite a bit of them as well in that second part of the PDA. Woo, Steph, that's what we're in for.
That was a pass. Didn't look like there was a lot of conversation. He just eyes forward, and he is driving. This looks easy to him. I was a bit worried about him on that climb. You know, he really was struggling more than the others without poles, but clearly he wasn't worried. He is back for redemption, and he is not letting up. That is smooth.
Oh, that is awesome to watch. And I think Anthony Felbert realized that pace was just too hot to try and keep up. That would have been suicidal. So he's just going to try to do his best, hold back, and make sure that the distance is not too great by the time they get to the bottom of that last massive climb, so he can once again try to get the upper end on Robert. But yeah, that was a clean move with an intention from Robert Painboy.
Now, Robert is going to want to try to put some distance in between him and the second place, because you want to be able to break the spirit a little bit of the person chasing you. As soon as he can get out of sight of the person who is chasing him down, of Anthony Felbert from France, then that is a mental win. So that is going to be his goal here on this long flat section. This is a long runnable section. Ooh, and Anthony Felbert is not giving up. He is making sure to keep Robert in his view. Now, Robert, we were saying, is coming off of a win at the 50K race a few weeks ago in Andorra. So just not too far to the east of this course. So he has already proven himself on these specific trails in the Pyrenees, and he is out for a win. Now we're back here on the screen with Sarah Alonso, our leading women, continuing to push also without poles, but not looking like she is struggling nearly as much as Robert was without the poles. She is pushing. She did say in her pre-race interview that she didn't feel like she would be as fit, as ready for these types of climbs, but she is proving herself and all of us wrong. We knew it, though. We knew it.
Yeah, we knew her well enough.
And we've had a switch up again on the men's side. So Robert Pemboy is doing a bit of a leapfrog with Anthony Falbert. They are shifting back and forth. Anthony is not willing to give up that first place.
And that is
And the
very,
race is
very
on.
interesting. Yeah, because
Yep.
it means that, as we anticipated, he has the speed to respond to Robert Painboy even on the flatter sections. So he could be controlling the race on pretty much every terrain. And there's now a group of 3 runners, which I believe is Gianluca Giano, Alain Santamaria for sure in the black kit.
Yeah.
And that is not Luca Del Piero. So I don't know who the third
Maybe
runner
Edu?
is.
Edu Rodriguez?
Yeah.
Guidado?
That would be my guess. Yep. Who are running in 3rd, 4th, and 5th all together, but they can't be too far back because Anthony and Robert were just on that section about a minute and a half ago at most. So everything is still pretty compact in the top 5 in the men's race at least.
Wow, this is exciting on
wow.
the men's side.
Yeah, the Frenchman has responded. and
He has put some distance in there. You know, we were talking about how I was expecting Robert to be trying to put distance with Anthony Falbert, but Anthony's saying, nope, it's me who's going to put the distance that I want in between us with me in the lead. So he's now trying to get out of sight of Robert Memoy. But, wow, look at that. Sarah still on that punishing short climb, really trying to make it to the top of this second climb in the race, continuing to take those running steps when she can. Now, it's quite open terrain here, so you would be able to get a visual and see if there was someone close to you coming on the trail. But she had a 3-4 minute lead at the last checkpoint.
Yeah, I think she's going to need the binoculars to find second place through those trees. She's definitely made a substantial move, and I don't know, I mean, this is just me, but I anticipate that gap to have grown even bigger by the next 8 stations. She is one of the strongest climber on the circuit, even though she doesn't have poles. I have the feeling that, yeah, she's just going to, like, secure even more that commanding lead in the 50K and try to fly towards the finish, holding on to first place. But that's going to be extremely tough for the ladies to try and come and challenge Sarah Alonso today, who's proving that she is one of the world's best and still in really good shape.
Absolutely. She's coming off of a 3rd, I believe, at the Zagama Marathon this year. Really a Skyrunner World Series specialist. As you can say, she can do these climbs, although in her pre-race interview, she was talking about how the runnable sections were what she was looking forward to. So just an all-around elite athlete and quite a fun one to follow as well. She's got a very popular following as she trains to come back to do OCC later this year at the UTMB World Series Finals.
Yeah, and again, hats off to the realization for these images that we're having for the first time on this section of the course. And certainly a highlight for anybody at home watching and be like, maybe I'm going to partake in that race next year. It looks stunning.
I mean, this is the kind of imagery you just can't get a sense of a race from still images alone. And this is so remote. The fact that we can have clear live images of this, I suspect we're going to continue to see participation rates and registration rates increase as we go into the coming years. For this World Series final, or World Major, let's say, we are going to a commercial break. And we will be back with you shortly.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
First time doing the group is so nice.
Here we go, back with Sarah Alonso, ladies and gentlemen, in the lead of the PDA, 55Ks, 3,300 meters of elevation gain, and she is still keeping her head down. You can see that infamous short stride, high cadence, strong across all terrain, up, down, and still a bit of agility. If you were with us about half an hour ago, we saw Sarah Alonso take a tumble, but gracefully falling, using her hands to soften the crash, and doing a few push-ups on the way. Was a beautiful sighting.
She's a pro. I mean, she looked at this course and thought, it's too easy. I need to give my arms a workout. I'm going to just drop and give them 20.
That's how you do it. But yeah, joking aside, it looks like once again she is in top form and will deliver on this course. The Spanish athlete representing Team Essex at the last checkpoint with 3 minutes lead on second place. And I'm very curious to see where she'll be at the next checkpoint.
And, you know, unsurprisingly, this race on the women's side is being dominated by the Spaniards. We do have 2 runners from Romania in the top 5. But Helen Mino-Faulkner, who is from the U.S. and was running up near the start. Oh, we almost saw Sarah take another fall there. Careful, Sarah.
Don't do
Helen
this.
Has dropped back, has dropped back a bit. But it's not surprising that we have Spanish runners near the front. We are in Spain. 40% of the runners in these races across this weekend are from Spain, and the vast majority are from Europe. 88% are from Europe, from Spain, France, and Portugal. They know these trails, they know this terrain, they don't have to travel far. It does give them an advantage whenever you have to travel long distances and come into terrain that you're not used to running on. As you say, American runners do tend to struggle when they come over to terrain like this. But it's a call out really to anyone watching, anyone following along. How could you not want to race on this? So let's try to get more geographic diversity in the upcoming years. We are now following the second place runner. This is Oana Madalina Emirai from Romania. Really seen a rise in runners from Romania and Poland, I would say, the last few years. Increasingly, we're often commentating on runners from these countries in the live stream, which is great.
She is moving. I'm impressed. Like, she's also chinksing hard. Like, on that little flatter section, she passed one guy and just like as if he wasn't moving. And there she's attacking that hill. Same, like, short stride, powerful, knees still driving. Wow, this is exciting.
That's not surprising. That's not surprising on this climb. Oana is a sky running vertical specialist, more so than an ultra runner. So I'm wondering whether she will be able to keep this up on that flat section in the middle and through to the 50K. And that is where Sarah said that she would be feeling the strongest. So let's see if Oana can hold on to this second place. I don't think that she will be giving Sarah a run for her money. For me, it's a question of whether Oana will be staying in second or dropping back. You can never call it, but Sarah is just looking so good. And given what she said in her pre-race interview, I'm expecting her to win. But I would love to hear what you guys think in the chat. Let us know.
Yeah, and actually seeing Joanna on those images, like seeing her move so well, I might question what I was saying earlier, that this gap might grow more substantially. Because I mean, like on her past results, she's got like 26 indexed finishes, 10 wins, 11 podiums, and her range is pretty wide. Like, she goes from short sky races to 55K, so like that distance actually will work really well for her. So yeah, we're in for a treat on that back end of the race in the women's race.
She's got quite a big pack on her, it looks like. You know, even though they're running these shorter distance races, sometimes all of the mandatory kit you have to bring just in case means that you're running with a lot more gear than you would if you were just going out for a 55K race on your own. But it did look like she was carrying quite a lot. We are 3 hours and 21 minutes into this 55K race. If you're just joining us, this is the PDA race at Val d'Orem by UTMB. 55 kilometers, around 3,300 meters of up, and it's actually net downhill at 3,700 meters of down. There are 5 checkpoints throughout this course. 1, 2, 3, 4. More than that, actually. Yep. Never mind. Ignore what I just said about 5 checkpoints. That was looking at actually a different course. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 checkpoints. And we have passed, the women have passed, the top women have passed the first 3, heading on the second climb of the course. This short section until they took Solana.
Well, there's a big fan crew of Matthew Gibson. Proud of you, mate. Vamos, Captain Gibson. Love it. So keep an eye on that runner. And yeah, here, Joanna, just also strong, power hacking up that steep section. And I don't know if they were close enough just yet, but as Sarah was getting near the top of that climb, she was looking back over her shoulder, and I don't know if she could spot Joanna or not.
Well, maybe those binoculars you thought she might need have gone in the backpack.
Yeah. Oh man, here's a few slips. Never leading to a proper fall, but still just like
It's interesting to see the top men have been using poles other than Robert Pemoy, but the top women have chosen not to take poles, really just pushing on their legs and driving. Again, a bit of a signature of sky runners, as you were saying.
Yeah, it's interesting because, well, we're used to usually seeing women being smarter than men in races in terms of race pacing and like playing their cards right, but I don't know. At this point, I feel like, but I feel like at this point, it would be the smart move to carry poles, and it's not new. Like it was a proven strategy with Nadir Meguet last year on that very distance. That he took a very strong win, and he was using poles. And so I think that by obviously on the mid pack and back of the pack, runners definitely carry poles with them, but more to kind of go through the distance, survive it, and then be able to save their legs a little bit. But now it shows that this is definitely for performance purposes.
And I think what we're seeing here today with Sarah Alonso in the front and then Juana in second, they are both using this as a bit of a warm-up to OCC this year, which is exciting.
Yeah, and it will show indeed that by the time we get to OCC at the end of August in Chamonix, all the top runners, la crème de la crème, as they say over in Chamonix, will be toeing the line to probably form the deepest field over the 50K distance this year.
And looking as we are following Juana still on the left-hand side of the screen, I think you're right about her versatility. I was kind of painting her as a sky running specialist who I was wondering whether she'd be able to keep it up over the 50K, but I mean she is coming off of a 55K, the Dolomite Extreme Trail race just a couple of weeks ago in mid-June, where she not only got first, but I think 6th overall. So I take that back. I think you're right. She is certainly no slouch. I had missed that recent win. And again, not just a win, but 6th overall is quite impressive. That's something that I saw when I was racing Trail 100 Andorra by UTMB just a few weeks ago. Martina Valmasoy absolutely shattered the field. She was not only first woman, but I think 6th as well overall. And she killed the rest of our UTMB index scores. I at a time that I was quite happy with, which would have been, only 10 minutes behind first place last year, but it was only good enough for 6th this year. So again, just another sign of how deep the field is getting, how impressive the women's field is becoming. You just can't blink. You can't blink because another 10 women will pass you by.
Yeah, it's like cross-country racing, but over longer distances. You snooze, you lose 10 spots. It's like,
exactly.
What just happened here?
In the women's race, you used to be able to stop, eat a pizza, change shoes, get a massage, and you could still podium. But those days are long over, sadly. Okay, and here we are on the men's side. We still have quite a tight race between first and second. My goodness. Anthony Falbert from France, and then we have Robert Pemoy from Kenya. They are just not letting up on each other. My goodness.
Yeah, they are responding to each other's attacks. Although I am actually wondering if this is Anthony, because we're losing a bit of visibility, but does that runner still have the blue cap on?
The blue
I
hat,
think you're.
yes.
Yeah. It's still there. Okay, so yeah. For a second, I was like, "Ooh, maybe it's Gianluca coming back on Robert Penboy," but nope. No, it is definitely the big ding-dong battle between Robert Penboy and Anthony Felbert, and we couldn't be more excited about this. This is what we like to see in these races, being super competitive and runners throwing moves on each other. And it's going to be down to the race strategy. Speaking of which, we have a quick interview, pre-race interview with Robert Penboy. He might be talking about his race strategy, so let's hear it.
So my name is Robert Kemoy Matayango. My hobby is to run Baldaran tomorrow. That's my first time to run it in UTMB. My second UTMB tomorrow. Mountains, so I like so much the way mountains look like, and I think the weather is tomorrow is I think it's okay. It's now really good, not like other time when I ran in Andorra. So I think weather is okay for me tomorrow. I like so much, but a little bit so got me some problem was I think from that 25 I get a lot of runners who run 105 kilometers. It takes me to run outside the track all the time, so I meet a lot of time to run in a difficult way because it's a lot of runners on the way. So I know all of them. So tomorrow is not easy. I know the Lucas, Santa Maria, they're very good athletes. Tomorrow is not easy. It's to push so hard to get to win it. Tomorrow I think I will try because I see the first I ran 5 hours. I think maybe I'll run 4 hours 50. That's the best that I'm aiming to run 4 hours and 50. Yeah, I need to win. It was my second UTMB, so I need to win.
Wow, that was a great pre-race interview for Robert Kemoy from Kenya. And he was talking about how he wanted to run in 4 hours 50, which is fast. Because if we're looking at last year's results, which was a shorter course due to the storms, Nadir Magret ran in 4 hours 52. So Robert wants to basically beat that on a longer course, and I'm here for it. Okay, now we are seeing the race continue between these top two men. They are really pushing and actually working to push each other, and this is where we see the competition actually helping to raise the bar across the board. I don't think either of them are holding anything back. I really feel like Anthony Felbert and Robert Kemoy are pushing each other. Let's see them at this aid station. Who's coming out first? Who can fill up their water the fastest?
So they both came in Mont-Romia's aid station, which is obviously an aid station with no crew, so you're handling your crewing. And so there, Anthony Felbert, like you can see the heat is now hitting the runners, and Anthony has put water over his cap and off he goes. As you were saying, it's a bit of a competition of who can be in and out of the aid station and try to make a bit of a statement, but literally there's no difference between these two gentlemen. Robert will extend a few strides and then they will be gone together in that long descent. It's a mix of like four-wheel drive track and then steep single track with some technical sections, some sections with the rocks or the dirt is quite loose. We've seen quite a few crashes over the years in that section. So hopefully we'll be able to keep our eyes on these two gentlemen. And as you were saying, Steph, like they are pushing each other, which ultimately, if none of them blow out, it will turn into a really fast time by the time they come back to Vieja, back to the finish line. Back to the interview with Robert Kemoy. I haven't seen him that chatty, and it's super cool to see him like with a smile on his face and just loving being there and talking about his competition. So yeah, thanks for the production to get those pre-race interviews, because that was super cool. Like it's good to hear Robert, who's usually even at press conferences or pre-race when we are on site, is a pretty shy runner, to be honest. And so I don't know who asked him all the questions, but they did a very good job.
Well, it was really nice to just hear how he feels going into this race. I think he was saying that this is his second UTMB World Series event. First must have been the Andorra race a couple of weeks ago that he won the 50K. But he is certainly not a newbie to the race scene, just the UTMB World Series. He was 5th at Zagama this year, and I believe in previous years as well. 2nd at Trans-Gran Canaria 50K last year. He's really got momentum right now, and certainly showing up strong at the UTMB World Series events. Look at that. Blue skies, absolutely clear. I'm sure the runners, as it's starting to get warm, as it's heading in towards midday, are hoping for a few clouds, but at least we know that there won't be any storms today. We've been getting such hot weather throughout Europe, major heat wave going through. Yeah, and that has brought storms in the evenings. Yeah.
Oh no, let's not jinx it. Hopefully we won't have storms this weekend. We need to have these races take place and get to the end. And we are back with the men's race. And now it looks like it's a group of 3 runners. And Luca Del Pero is closing on them unless we have a mountain biker. No, these are runners. These are 3 runners. And Luca Del Pero closing here with the blue cap on your screen. So this is going to be interesting, because these gentlemen can really either help each other or push each other to try and close the gap with 1st and 2nd, and we'll have a race on our hand.
Yeah, it's a really nice chase pack shaping up. I don't know. I would also like to, let us know in the chat. Do you think we're going to see an absolute race to the finish, photo finish with the 2 front runners? Are we going to see the chase pack continue to stay together? It's a question for me. We were talking about the weather. Certainly today we've got nice temperatures. No storms in sight in Vieja, in the area where we are seeing the racing for Val by UTMB. But it will start to get warmer over the next couple of days by a few degrees. So that might change things, change a bit of race strategy, hydration strategy for runners on Friday and Saturday. Today, I think, is the best day weather-wise that we will see over the 3 days of Val by UTMB.
And again, it was interesting to see, as you were talking about this weather conditions that will play a great deal of have an impact on all these participants. Like Luca Del Pero was just sitting back. He's one of the best sky runners in the world, and in that descent he was just looking like he was gathering himself, like shoulders down, arms relaxed. I think we haven't seen Luca Del Pero put his attack just yet, and so let's count him amongst the runners who could very well make a push in the last up and down. So here we're back with images from this morning, a bit of a replay from the start.
This is where we saw, I think, Helen Faulkner from the US. She was leading out at the front for the first part of the race before Sarah Alonso, our current women's leader, moving into first about 2 hours into the race. There we have Robert Kemoy from Kenya, just showing absolute grace running over those technical trails. Robert currently shifting between 1st and 2nd with Anthony Felbert from France. Luca Del Pero, a race favorite from Italy, coming in, has is sitting back a little bit further in the course than we would have guessed, but don't count him out yet.
Yeah, I think he's going to play his cards a little later.
Yeah. He did say coming into the race that this was a bit of a longer distance for him coming off of injury, so it was a bit of a question mark, but he was excited to get back into the mountains. Now we have the runners going up this steep climb. This is where we saw the poles come out for the men, not the women, and Sarah Alonso taking a fall, but sparing her knees and just not letting up. Yeah, she said, I'm going to eat dirt and then I'm going to just keep running straight over it.
And that's, that's what happens. You know, like everything in life, if you have practice, you get better and better at it. So Sarah Alonso, unfortunately, is not new to crashes in races. But yeah, now she's handling them perfectly, gracefully, and saving her knees at all costs.
And so here's where we saw a difference between the men and the women going up the climb in terms of the leaders. Men using poles, women not. Sarah, fast transitions, like all of the top runners today, really fast transitions through those checkpoints, grabbing a bit of water, having their fuel ready so as not to lose any time. And then we are back. This is, still on the replay. That was Rwanda.
Yeah. Cheeky, they tricked us again.
Just a bit of a music. Now here we're back with the men. This is where we saw the leapfrogging. This is where Robert just decided to go for it, trying to put some distance between him and Anthony. And Anthony said nope, and came back, and the two of them have been sticking close together on the trail and through the checkpoint since. Sarah not letting up, really just powering through these trails here. But Juana, very good at sky running, very good at vert. We're not sure what the gap is between the two of them, so we are keeping our eyes on the live to see what the gap is. It was 3 minutes. Sarah had a 3-minute lead at the last checkpoint. We should... 5-minute lead. It was a 5-minute lead between, it was 3 minutes to the checkpoint before. Sarah, through the last checkpoint, had a 5-minute lead over Juana.
And so here we have
3-minute lead. Yeah.
Yeah, that is like 3:20.
Lawyers should never do math. It's expected to have a 5-minute gap at the next checkpoint, but about a 3-minute and 20-minute lead. So it's enough of a lead, but not one to feel super comfortable at, particularly where now they're going into different terrain. We will be back with you after the following commercial break.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we are back with you following the 55-kilometer PDA course at Val d'Arène by UTMB. And we have Sarah Alonso, our women's leader, on the left-hand side of the screen. She has now hit this flat plateau, this very fast part of the course that she said in her pre-race interview that she would be looking forward to. And I'm speaking to you here from the studio. You can see I'm in my chalet setup, ready to bring you all of the commentary over the next 3 days.
And that is a pretty cool chalet. I don't have as much of a beautiful setup myself, but I look forward to joining you on Saturday inside that chalet. And in the meantime, now this infamous kind of single track. This is the last section. These runners will be running on trails for a little while, and they're gonna get into the RTS aid station. Since it is slightly downhill, they have the field on the right-hand side, and then as soon as gonna pop out, like probably in less than 3-4 minutes, they're going to be on the road and into RTS. This is, I believe, Alain Santamaria and Gianluca Giano running in what could be 4th and 5th. And this is Luca Del Pero, who was with another Brooks runner. So unless this is... let me grab the right tab. Oh no, we've lost it. Eduro Descuirado. Let us know in the chat. But these are the top runners. Still, however, Anthony Felbert and Robert Kemoy, both first and second, going back and forth. But definitely, neither of them has managed to pull away from the other. So we'll keep our eyes.
Oh no! This is Robert Kemoy. It looks like he's taken a fall. Oh shoot!
Are you okay?
He's either taken a fall or he's got a cramp, but he is sitting by the side of the trail. This is not good news.
I am short for words. I could not believe that could be Robert, especially on the section of the trail that is not that technical. And I like what you say. I hope this is a cramp as opposed to like a terrible fall.
Yeah.
Wow, we'll try to like see what's happening with our cam runner and maybe hear something a little more from them.
But that, that is a shame. We had such a race in between Anthony Pelbert and Robert Kemoy, really leapfrogging back and forth, and they were running so strong and actually helping to push one another to keep up the pace. But Robert Kemoy, we just saw sitting by the side of the trail, either a fall or a cramp. To me, it looked like maybe he had taken a fall. He was kind of grabbing his hip, but it did not look like he was rushing to get back up and continue on his way. If it was a cramp, he would have been trying to stretch it out. I am worried that that's going to be the end of Robert's race, but we will have to see. On the women's side, Sarah Alonso really taking the lead from about 2 hours into this course. We are now 3 hours and 46 minutes in, showing an incredibly strong day, but being chased down by Juana Madalena Amaray, who is also chasing down the men from Romania. She is coming off of a win just a few weeks ago in another 55-kilometer race, so she is out for a strong performance today. And that is Alain Santamaria Blanco.
Yeah, who's actually started his racing career in road cycling, and then eventually went to Zegama, and was like, oh yeah, this is a race you really should do. And so he didn't do the actual marathon, just did the vertical and won it because he had such power in his legs from cycling. And then he was like, oh, maybe I could give this traveling thing a go. And yeah, has been present and extremely strong ever since, and it's good to see him there stride for stride with another runner from Team Brooks. And it looks like they were even having a bit of a chat.
We can tell that Alain was out here to run a fast race because he's not wearing sunglasses. You know, he thought this morning when he was getting ready, I'm going to finish before midday, so I don't even need any sun protection.
That's it.
He's like, I can see the finish line from here, and I don't want anything blocking my view, so get out of my way.
It's absolute full send through the course. And we're still waiting for our top runners to come into RTS. We don't have eyes on Anthony Felbert.
He should be coming through, is expected to come through any minute now. So we're keeping our eyes peeled and really sending good thoughts to Robert Camoy, hoping that this isn't the end of his race. Even if he drops back a little bit but can get up running again. It's just so hard to finish a race either with a fall or sitting by the side of the trail. It's not what anyone wants to see, including his competitors. Okay, there we have running alongside Alain Santamaria Blanco is Gianluca Giano.
Yeah, okay, that's the confirmation. The other Brooks runner. And yeah, we should see the split because I was a bit confused earlier. They showed on the screen they were first and second, and now the fact that we've been having images on them and we're not having anything with Anthony Felbert, who would have been already in the aid station by now. What? Like, yeah, there's just a bit of confusion here.
There's a possibility if Anthony and Robert were still running together, as we saw, that maybe once Robert fell or whatever happened to him, that Anthony might have stopped to help him, and perhaps the other runners passed. I'm guessing. I'm just speculating here.
Yeah, like there's got to be something that happened here because clearly both gentlemen were ahead, leading in first and second, and yeah, this is a confirmation now. We've got both Alain Santamaria and Gianluca Giano, who have gone through RTS, and then no sign of Anthony Felbert, and we have had images of Robert Paintboy on the ground, looking like he had taken a bad fall, and maybe that fall actually triggered cramps on top of it. But wow, the cards have been reshuffled, and we're back on the RTS aid station. So who do we get here coming through? And it is not Anthony Felbert. It is Luca Del Pero. Wow. Something has happened. Something has happened to Anthony as well. And I really don't know what it could have been.
Do you know, this is where we often see this in races where you have a chase pack that is able to overtake the front two who are battling it out between each other. I mean, of course, here something happened with Robert, either a fall or what have you. But often the front two runners, if they're really pushing each other, it can actually provide an opportunity for the chase pack to take advantage of some kind of burnout or some kind of incident. And that's what we've seen here today.
Well, at least Anthony is still moving because Anthony Felbert now has gone through the RTS aid station. He was 22 seconds, 23 seconds back from Luca Del Pero. So he probably would have slowed down a little, but we didn't see that pass between those gentlemen. So that's where the confusion originated. And now we have with Luca Del Pero in third, and assuming that they spend about the same time at the aid station, Anthony Felbert would now be sitting in fourth, about 20 seconds back from Luca Del Pero. But wow, and we were telling you, nothing's done until it's done, and so hopefully we'll get images of Anthony Felbert soon to see if the body is intact, or if anything happened, and hopefully also on the finish line. If he finishes in the top 10, we can have an interview to find out exactly what went down just before the RTS aid station.
And again, it's still anyone's race. We are talking about seconds in between these top men, and not minutes. We are talking about seconds. So there could be any kind of a change up that we will see. They're now on this kind of second, flattish, slightly downhill part of the course before they head into the last climb. So they still have some punchy terrain ahead. But right now they are opening up and they are giving everything they've got on this flat section. This is where you can really gain some ground, get into a rhythm before you hit that wall of a climb, and it is coming.
Exactly, Steph. And this leads to, like, for me, the question is like, what the race strategy is there. Obviously, if you're super like fast flat runner, this is where you can open up. But you don't want to burn all your matches, because that climb, as you were saying, it's punchy, it's mean, it's long, and it just gets worse and worse. Like the top part of it, they're literally walking up just as it looks like a ski slope, basically. And so you don't want to be completely cooked when you get to the bottom of that climb. One thing to keep in mind as well is that here on the front of the screen leading is Gianluca Caggiano from Italy, and he has poles where I don't believe Alain Santamaria does, and we've seen the difference that both Gianluca and Anthony made on Robert Penboy on a steep climb. And wow, I think if we kind of take a peek towards the really far left side of the screen, we did see a runner. I don't know if that was Luca Del Perro already, or if it was just another runner jogging behind.
And
but
you were right, I believe, about Alain Santamaria Blanco and not having poles. He's actually running incredibly light. He's got a very small pack, but then stuffing, I think, probably fuel and extra bits and pieces into his waist, into his shorts. So there are no poles in sight on his side. But I have to say, Gianluca is looking pretty happy. He was giving a smile to the camera. He's feeling good. So if he's hurting, he's not showing it.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. I was like, does he have like a headphone on the left ear that we're not seeing, and he's getting stories or listening to a podcast or talking to someone? Because he was literally smiling. He was like, oh, I'm having a great time. So yeah, let's keep an eye on him. He looks like he's in control of the race and choosing to push the pace on that flatter section. Let's see how things shake out when they get to that steep climb. That was not Luca Del Perro that I saw behind the first and second runners, because now we can see ahead and there's no sign of Gianluca and Alain. But it still looks like he's moving well. And again, Luca Del Perro, being a super strong sky runner, will probably try to push in the later section going up and that long downhill that finishes with a few steep sections. And if your legs are cooked, and as opposed to if you are super strong and can still push, a lot of ground can be gained or lost on that descent.
And you can see, if you look at his history, as we were speaking about earlier, he has not raced in quite some time due to a couple of injuries. He said he had 2 different injuries that he was dealing with. So he's only been running for the last 2.5 months, but it appears that those have been an efficient 2.5 months. And he is running very smoothly, very little up and down bounce. You can see, if you're looking at the visuals, running very smoothly on this flat section.
And look at that, they are ready, and it looks like at least Gianluca knows the course very well. He's taken the poles out of his quiver, extended them. He's ready to clip them on and attack that last big hill. So question mark on whether we're going to have images of that climb that we traditionally did not have, and then we lose the runners and go to the women's race. Yep, this might be what's going to happen, but we'll catch them when they near, like, they're probably 5 minutes to the top with drone shots, and it's always a little bit of a question mark. It's like, okay, who's going to come out on top? And there we go. They're going to drop from the front runners here. This is as far as the mountain bikers will go. Oh, wow. Okay. So there's less than a minute. There's less than a minute between Alain Santamaria and Gianluca Caggiano and chasing runner Luca Del Pero. We have a race, ladies and gentlemen.
And now we are back with the women's field in this 55K race. Sarah Alonso continuing to lead. She has been leading since about 2 hours into this course. We still won't expect them through the next checkpoint for another 15-20 minutes. But let's see. I'm really interested to see, if this gap has closed between Sarah Alonso and Juana Madalena Emery from Romania. I feel like Juana is giving her a bit of a chase. Not that Sarah would know it. They're not within sight of each other. But maybe we can tell from the terrain, try to tell from the terrain exactly how close they are. There was a 3-minute gap between them at the last checkpoint. And then behind her, we have Neira. Is it Irigoyen or Irigoyen? From Spain, and then Estelle Roig-Fortin in 5th.
So Estelle Roig is her sweet spot is more over the 100K distance, but she's been doing shorter races this season. So she might have gained a bit of speed.
I think she tends to also overperform when it's really gnarly terrain. So that would have favored her in this first section of the course. I'm interested to see if she can keep that up as we get into the less technical section. Now, we're back with the leading men, and as we suspected, because Gianluca Giano from Italy has poles, he has pulled away from Alain Santamaria Blanco, who does not have poles. This has really been the differentiator, as we've seen on the men's side. Not seeing the same on the women's side, because the top women have not been showing us to have poles, at least beyond the front 2 women, but really efficient use by Gianluca of the poles, driving up this this unfortunately very runnable climb. This is a type of grade that you can't let up on. You're not breaking down into a hike here.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of, like, we call it the douche grade, where you do have to run, but this is quite steep still. It looks like these gentlemen are just really sending it, but to your point with the runners with poles as opposed to those with no poles, seeing that on the left-hand side of your screen, Luca Del Pero does not have some, and we had seen that Anthony Felbert at RTS's station was 20 seconds back, but he's got poles. Not only he does, but he's also very comfortable with them. The same way Gianluca Giano is pulling away from Alain Santamaria, we could very well see the Frenchman pull back towards the front and regain a spot on the podium.
The one advantage I have to say to not using poles is that it does leave your hands free to take gels, to take whatever fuel in. If you're using poles, you have to make sure that either you've put the fuel into your flasks and you're not relying on gels, or you need to find some way to keep that up.
And there you go. I think there were still 20 seconds at most between Anthony Felbert, who's chasing hard, and Luca Del Pero. Man, the race is on.
Look at those views.
Luca Del Pero dedans et le mec après, je sais pas.
There you go. It looks like we're gonna have a bit of a replay of our lead men.
Dossard 3007, celui après.
So we're having the audio of the live stream, but so far there we go. That is a replay of the men's going through that well-known tunnel.
What a cool section of the course. You really get a little bit of everything here. You get a bit of flat, you get fast downhill, you get technical uphill, and you get some tunnels to run through. What more could you ask for at Val d'Arènes by UTMB here in the Pyrenees? We will be going, I think, to a commercial break shortly.
Yeah, and that's until we get there, you know, as we were, so runners go through a tunnel from bright light to very dark area. It's a reminder to all of you to eat your carrots to make sure your night vision is still 10 out of 10.
Eat your carrots and eat your snacks because it is taking energy to watch this race. We're going now to a short break and we will be back with you shortly. Val d'Arènes by UTMB.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Catalunya.
When every step counts, precision matters. Vabrum grips the wild, so you can run free. No matter the trail, confidence makes you extraordinary.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
The grid is so nice.
There we go, still having a whole lot of fun back at the HOKA Val by UTMB. We haven't looked at the chat for a while. How you all doing? Oh yes, oh yes. There we go, we've got the gifts coming in. Good morning from South Africa. Hey Joel. Alex is just flying down the hill. That's a cool gift. Man, it looks like I'm blanking right now. Oh, 10 points for someone in the chat who can tell us what that gift with the runners is. The reference to the Kilian's Classic. Too late, I remembered it. That was actually taking place near Forum, if I remember correctly, in the Pyrenees. And then we have a beautiful flying cat. I don't know what it corresponds to, but love it.
And just to recap where we are at for the PDA 55K race that we are following today. On the women's side, we've had Sarah Alonso from Spain, a fan favorite, leading from about 2 hours into the course, followed by Juana Madalena Amarai from Romania, who is a few minutes back. We're going to see when they come through the next checkpoint in probably about 10 minutes if that gap has closed or not. And then Neira Irahoyan from Spain.
And this is again the recap that we have seen a couple of times already this morning. If you were with us of the start of the race,
And there we saw Robert Kemoi from Kenya, who was out near the front, but we're waiting for an update to see what has happened to him. It looks like he's still running. So we had seen him, he was kind of trading back and forth in the lead with Anthony Felbert, but then we saw him kind of sitting by the side of the trail, either from a fall or a cramp or both. But it does not look like he has pulled out. It looks like he is still running, which is really exciting to see.
Yeah, we got very, very worried about Robert. Like, it's not often that we see runners like literally sitting down on the side of the trail, going from full gas to zero, and short for words as well. You know, sometimes say, "Oh, I'm okay," or "Oh, I'm hurting." Like, there was not much communication as well. So it's just like, oh. Yeah, we were left with guessing what could have happened, and something would also have gone down with Anthony Felbert, because he was winning together with Robert Penboy, and then ended up, oh yeah, here comes 1, 2, 3 nice little push-ups. Do you call this do the wheelbarrow as well, like with you know, when you're a kid and you hold the older person's legs in front of you, and so yeah, this is
unfortunately there was no one close enough to Sarah Alonso to be the other part of that wheelbarrow. So.
There you go. That's a mission for Pep if he's watching. There's going to be a bit of a role to take here.
Recap going up these climbs with the top men using poles, save for a few like Ana Maria Blanco. Now we've got, there we go, we've got our second women pushing up the climbs just like Sarah without poles, but both really giving a chase and showing their expertise on these climbs, bringing a sky running background to this race course. And here's where we saw Robert Kemoi just push into the lead, which we thought he was going to be able to get a gap on Anthony Felbert. He was not able to. Anthony Felbert came back, bit of a jockeying back and forth. And then, as we will see, these front two fell back to the chase pack. On the women's side, we have not seen any change up so far in the last couple of hours, really. Sarah has been firmly in the lead, but with just a few minutes in between them, there is still the possibility of a switch up. The runners are pushing themselves quite hard on the course today, and that has led to some trips. It has led to some falls. Hopefully nothing serious. Here is the moment where we saw Robert by the side of the trail, sending him all the good vibes, but excited to see that he is still moving. He is still going forward, and he went through Artis just about 4 minutes behind Anthony Felbert, but 4 minutes, 5 minutes behind that lead pack. So he's fallen back a bit, but there's still a possibility that if he wasn't injured, that he could come back. Mentally, it's hard. After you've had a fall, after you've been in the lead and something has gone wrong, it can be really hard to keep going, especially when you know that you should be at the front. So I got to give it to Robert here for continuing to push. And he did go through the last checkpoint with a 3-minute lead over Daniel Castillo from Spain, who was in 6th. So he's not out of the game. He is not out of the game yet. This is his second UTMB World Series event, coming off of a win in the 50K race a few weeks ago in Andorra. Come on, Robert.
And this is it. You can see on your screen that 3D map. That is the beginning of that really steep climb in that gully first, and then popping out with a bit of flat to kind of pull yourself back together, a little bit of a four-wheel drive track, and then the back end of that monster climb. And this is steep. The poles are going to be under pressure, no doubt about it. And actually that 3D map doesn't really do it justice. You'll see how brutal it is, and the first part is also very steep, and then they are rolling. It's all downhill to the finish, and it will take at the beginning like still a bit of a push, like gravity is not going to be enough, and then on that section, yeah, they're going to be able to open up as soon as they hit the trees and they take that hard right hand turn into the switchbacks. That's when things get real. There are opportunities for passes still on that stage, and then they hit the road, and then when they hit the road, they can smell the bar, and they can hear the finish line, and it's all out to the finish. And I hope for the runners that there's not going to be any sprint finish, because there's going to be a tough one coming into the village. But for our sake, watching, I can certainly hope that there's going to be at least one or two.
I think we're going to have an exciting finish today. It is fast temperatures, let's say. It's a fast course today. I want to see the women break that 6-hour mark. Can they do it? Sarah Alonso was sandbagging in her pre-race interview, saying that she wasn't feeling super strong today. Maybe she'd run in 6 hours, 6 hours 15. I want to see a 5:58, 5:57. What do you think? Is she going to be able to do it? When are the men coming in? Time will tell. We are going into a break, and we'll be back with you momentarily.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race, and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Here we go. We are back live with our second place woman on that technical descent in the trees on the way to the RTS aid station. On the 3D map, we just saw how steep that descent was. It's almost straight down the hill, crossing several times that four-wheel drive track. And Joanna is still pressing the pace on that descent, trying to possibly close the gap or at least maintain it on Sarah Alonso, currently in the lead. And we have, there was a bit of a confusion here, but we had the audio of a camera runner and the drone shot. But there we go, we're back again with Joanna. Oh, yeah, you don't want to take the wrong turn here. There we go,
And
back on
I don't know
track.
what you think, Martin, but to me, it doesn't look like she's running as confidently downhill as Sarah Alonso was. It could have just been that section that we saw, but
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on the splits after that descent. And so here we've got the 100K TDL that took place yesterday, and here is the highlights of this race.
Quite a different weather climate that they were running through than what we're seeing today.
Yeah.
Bit of mist, bit of cloud. This is a high altitude area, high altitude race, so you can get a little bit of everything depending on what your elevation is at any part of the course. And some snow.
Yeah, the high glaciers feeding the countless lakes that they would have encountered along the way. Look at those epic areas.
Wow.
So wild, so remote.
If you haven't been to this area of Spain, put it on your list. 30% of the land is above 2,000 meters. A lot of that elevation you were seeing here in this recap, with peaks reaching over 3,000 meters. The altitude will be affecting some of the racers who are certainly outside of the Pyrenees, outside of the Alps area. But in these races...
No way! We had hell of a sprint finish for win.
Oh yeah, I saw that yesterday. It was incredible. There was actually
En Gema Arenas.
on there was a time penalty on, I think, the second place, but it still was a run to the finish.
Wow.
Quite a sprint at the end, but there was a time penalty that did happen due to a missed checkpoint.
Missed checkpoint. Okay, I was going to ask you the question, what was the reason for that? Yeah, well, that's legitimate. If you miss a checkpoint, I guess something's gone wrong somewhere. That is a cool shot.
I'm wrong, but I think this distance of the race, the recap that we're seeing now, this is a new race that was added on this year to the suite of races. Is that right?
I've never seen a TDL before, so yes, I think you're absolutely right.
Okay, and we are back to following the 55K PDA race, which means, translated from the local language, footprints of water, because the course passes more than 20 lakes.
And yeah, Sarah Alonso is almost at the bottom of that descent. One more dive onto the steeper single tracks. And also the change between the light and the shade is also sometimes playing tricks on the runners. So hopefully she'll be focused and making sure that she stays on her feet all the way through. And then it's going to be the aid station. And I think I was wrong. I was wrong because I said that RTS, they can see their crew, but I think there's absolutely no support on this PDA, on these 55K runners. Have to carry everything themselves or leverage, utilize whatever is offered to them at aid stations. So it's like to kind of level the field. Everybody is in the same conditions, and it's on the other races, the other distances.
Yeah, it means you have to meal quite a lot. So carry your own gels, carry your own fuel if you don't want to rely on the whatever is there at the aid stations. And a lot of the top runners wouldn't. I certainly carry my own stuff with me. And it means when you've got these long stretches between checkpoints, or in this race, if you can't have crew, then you're carrying quite a bit.
Yeah, which confirms what we saw earlier with Sarah Alonso filling her flask at the aid station and then shaking it. So she has her fuel already prepared in her flasks with energy drink, and that, I mean, yeah, sure, you're carrying a few extra flasks, but it's actually okay, and not much volume, not much weight, as opposed to having your calories in gels with. Eventually adds up quite a bit, especially over, 5+ hours of racing.
Yep. At the Trail 100 Endura by UTMB race that I did 3 weeks ago, it was similar. There was over the 105K course, there were only 2 crewed checkpoints. So you had to go 40K carrying all of your own fuel.
Yeah, so then it's interesting, like the race strategy that can be played by all the runners.
Now, I got to give a shout out to our camera runners. We've seen just incredible athleticism from them on the trails today as they have gotten to these remote areas. And I've just found out that our camera runners finished 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 6th on the 10K race yesterday. So, oh no, we've got another fall. From Sarah, she is really just a specialist at falling and rallying. We've heard about the puke and rally. Sarah does the fall and rally.
Crash and rally. Yeah, oh my lord.
Wow, that is the second time. She did give us a bit of a taste of what was to come in her pre-race interview, saying that she'd fallen on the course, but she is not letting up. It's easy to become timid after you've fallen on the course, but she is continuing to push. It doesn't look like it has affected her at all. And like we were saying, I think she's just trying to add a little bit of drama, do some push-ups mid-race, and show us that she can run at all levels. She can run on all 4s. She can run on 2s. She can get to the finish line any way possible. But
but Steph, look at that.
Catching up to her.
Oh,
I know. I'm just.
She sure is. Like, she is holding. She's really running aggressively now, and she's on the same flat sections. I feel like there's gonna be. It's probably then gonna be down to a minute, 90 seconds top when they're gonna get to the RTS aid station. That's gonna be a bit of a news for Sarah Alonso, because I don't know if they're gonna see each other, but maybe people are gonna share that information with Sarah. Wow. I hope that Sarah didn't hurt herself on that. I mean, she properly face planted like on that last crash. That was a bit more brutal than the previous one where she had handled it very gracefully.
Yep.
Woo! Okay, it's on, team.
Sarah is not only eating gels, she is eating dirt and continuing to there was 90 seconds between them at the last checkpoint. You're guessing 90 seconds or less, maybe less at the next checkpoint in RTs. We should know in a few minutes when they go through the checkpoint. But you're right, Juana was not looking as strong on the more technical descents, but once you get to this like runnable section, she is looking very strong and definitely giving a chase to Sarah Alonso. Not to forget about Niara Iragoyen from Spain in 3rd, who came through the last checkpoint 3 minutes behind Juana. And behind her, Estelle Roig-Fortin, just 2 minutes behind Niara. So
yeah, and I feel like if Estelle has the poles, this could very much play in her favor in that last part of the race, and she could creep up even further up the ranking. But I don't know if we're going to get the opportunity as soon as Sarah gets on the road to see images from the front and get a quick health check on her knees and in front, hoping that no damage were made or done on that fall. But wow, yeah, hopefully this is the last one, and it's staying on 2 feet until the end.
Well, I don't see any kind of a change in her gait, and that's the key. If you do have a bit of a fall, if you've got a scrape, if you've got a bruise, making sure that it actually doesn't affect your gait, because that can lead to other injuries. That can lead to other problems. So you need to just keep running as smoothly as possible, even if you're feeling a bit of pain. If it's pain you can run through, then you go for it.
Well, she's certainly still moving. And then, yeah, now this is we have a full Sarah Alonso experience with a lot of dirt on one of her legs, a bit of on the front of the pack.
But mentally, she might be feeling a bit of panic here. You could see that she was checking over her shoulder. She was looking behind her. She knows that she's being chased down. She'll probably get some intel coming into the next checkpoint from passerbys or people telling her maybe how far back Ruana is. But she realizes that she's got someone on her heels. That's for sure.
Yeah,
so
you know that
it's not time to let up.
Yeah, that thing you have in racing. You're racing, you hear people cheer for you, and then you get silence, and then in the distance you hear them cheer again, and you're like, oh no, there's somebody else behind me. So almost when you're creeping up on someone and there's people on the side of the race, the trail, you go like, shh, shh, don't cheer, let me go stealth on that person. So there we go, from Romania, Ioana Madalina Amarae, yeah, in second place.
Whew. I was just going to say, I think that's why Alain Santamaria Blanco is wearing all black. I mean, he looks like a bit of a ninja. Maybe he just wants to remain incognito. Yeah, so no one sees him on the trail.
Okay, so like Sarah just went, yeah, okay. Now it will be at least 90 seconds. But that has definitely melted. It used to be 4 minutes and then 3 minutes, and then after that fall, it's probably, it will be less than 3 minutes. But Sarah is now getting the cheers from all the local, you know, spectators, crowds, journalists here again, and that's gonna fuel her. Like, you know, if she can take it in, and she did, we could see her break into a smile. Oh, she's asking, do you know who's behind and where they are? Gemma Arenas, yesterday's winner, is out on the trail cheering. That's awesome.
Oh, cool. And you're right, her lead has been shrinking. It was only 90 seconds at the last checkpoint. It was a couple of minutes before that. So this will give us a good indication if she's been able to hold at 90 seconds or increase it. This is going to be another fast transition I expect that we'll see as she comes into this checkpoint here at Artis.
Oh man, people are loud. This is awesome.
Well, Sarah is a fan favorite, and especially a somewhat local favorite.
Wow, that was probably the fastest transition today.
3 seconds, 4 seconds?
Yeah, and look how mindful she was. Like, she got into the aid station as she was filling up the flash. She asked the volunteer, hey, where do I get out? Which way do I get out? And they pointed out, and then right away, no mistake, no seconds spared or wasted here. True professional transition. Let's see if, like, how Ioana handles that transition. And we'll get the split as well. See, she's getting into the aid station. She's pulling out the flasks. Yeah. Drinking whatever is left. Oh, it's on.
Nope, no water. Oh, she's going the wrong way. This is where even just a few seconds can make a difference. She didn't take any water, but she kept going into the aid station rather than turning around, whereas Sarah Alonso, as you said, she immediately asked as soon as she started filling up her flask which way she needed to go out. So, yep, we have got 1 minute exactly in between them. So Ioana has been able to close the gap by 30 seconds. It doesn't sound like a lot, folks, but my goodness, every second matters. If this trend continues, and she catches another 30 seconds, we're going to be looking at close to a photo finish. It is just going to depend who is going to be stronger on this climb. We have the women now have a short last section of runnable terrain, and then they come up to the last climb of the course. Steep and sharp.
And neither of them is carrying post. Oh, wow. Okay, look at Sarah move now. She's back full throttle on that runnable section.
Bravo, bravo.
You can see the dirt on her pack. She went chest down. She went fully down on her last couple of falls. But she's got grit.
She certainly does.
I mean, it's not everyone who's attacked by a cow and able to rebound, keep running, and then come back to a UTMB series final.
So she's getting updates.
Sarah and Juana both gearing up to OCC this year, so we're getting a little preview of what we might see at the end of August in Chamonix. And we are here for it.
We are, like, yeah, as you say, that's just a bit of a preview. See how these two women can go head to head.
I can't wait. It's going to be such an exciting week. I already don't know what to expect. I'll be racing TDS at the beginning of the week and then hopping into the studio to call in the elite of the elites and everyone behind them at UTMB, CCC, and OCC. Okay, now while we are watching these images of the women's field, let's take a look at what's happening on the men's side.
Yeah, because it is happening.
Whoa. Oh my goodness. Luca Del Perro, who was a fan favorite, a race favorite coming into this race, he started a bit further back. He has now gone into first, coming through the last checkpoint. And on his heels, but actually about 2 minutes, a minute 30 back, which is quite substantial if you consider relatively in this race, is Gianluca Giano from Italy. So it's a battle between the two Italians at the front, and then followed behind, there's like a 5-minute, 6-minute gap now between Gianluca and Alain Santamaria Blanco. So that's actually quite a change up, because these runners on the men's side have been running quite closely together, and now we see Luca and Gianluca kind of putting a little bit of a lead now between, that's the new front pack, and the chase pack is now Alain Santamaria Blanco. Anthony Falber, who was in the lead previously, has dropped back to fourth. But let's see what happens when they come through the next checkpoint.
And you know, we were talking about
5 minutes, but we're not sure. We're not sure yet. Actually, I'm gonna hold that. It could be just a few minutes. We are expecting Alain Santamaria Blanco to come through imminently. It might just be a couple of minutes. So scratch that. Again, lawyers shouldn't do math. So.
And then, like, again, this really corresponds to what we had anticipated, seeing Luca Del Perro on that descent into RTS, like just shoulders down, arms low, and he was just recovering, waiting for the right moment to make a move. And I am even more impressed that he was not only able to close on Alain Santamaria and Gianluca Giano, but put that much time without pause. Like, he was really waiting for it, gearing up to make that push in that climb, and hopefully holding it together for the last section, knowing again that he's one of the best scouter in the world, and he can run downhill extremely well. So once he tips over and he's gone over the last climb, he will most likely be in the safe for the last, let's say, like 6Ks down into Vieja, into the finish line.
Yeah, I think you're right. Okay, now we've had a bit of a switch up. So Luca Del Perro, Gianluca Giano, first and second, and now we've got Anthony Falber coming back into third. coming through the last checkpoint, and he's about 2.5 minutes behind. So we're waiting for Alain Santamaria Blanco still.
And again, like, man, Steph, we're good. We got to give it to ourselves. Because, we call this. Like, you know, Anthony Felbert, he's got the pulse on that big climb. He might catch up to Alain Santamaria. Boom, there we go. If you want the lottery results, we also have them. Cost you a little more, but we can provide everything. Everything.
7,
when it comes to prediction.
9, 13.
We've got it all. We've got it all, team. We've got you covered.
Okay, and oh gosh, I'm hitting refresh. This is such an exciting race on both the men's and the women's side. My goodness. I could be right in the end about this 5-minute gap now with Alain Santamaria Blanco. I said ignore me, but again, I think we're getting better at predictions. Yeah? Okay, and now we're back with Sarah Alonso on the screen. She's continuing to push, looking behind her.
Oh, yeah, she's running scared.
Sarah, stay on your feet. Stay on your feet, Sarah. She keeps faltering. I mean, she's got us all on the edge of our seats, on our toes. We're on our toes. She's on all fours. Come on, let's separate. We need to keep it together.
Come on, team. Another hour and a half, and we'll be home safe.
We can do this. Juana looks like she is on the hunt. I mean, I'm getting like pure animal vibes here. This is exciting to watch.
If she can catch a glimpse of Sarah, she will be just smelling blood and be like, all right, it means I've been creeping up. And I still have plenty of ground to cover, that long climb, that long descent. This is her best race so far.
Here. We can't play music here in the studio, but there's music playing in my head. If you are watching this, please, someone put on a soundtrack that can just highlight this hunt, this chase. It is exciting. What song would you use?
Can't stop me now, 'cause we're having a good time, That's what came to mind. I mean, Queen is always a safe bet.
You know, the versatile runners, versatile commentators. We can sing, not well, but we can do it.
Oh yeah, the range of things we can do. Yeah, as you say, like average at a lot of things.
So looking at the men's side, we actually have Alain Santamaria Blanco clocking through in fourth at that last checkpoint. And I was right. He is 5 minutes back from Jean-Luc Guiano. He's coming through about 3 minutes behind Anthony Felbert, who is in third. Luca Del Pero has shot into first. Our fan favorite is actually delivering. So we have a race between the two Italians at the front, followed by Anthony Felbert, Alain Santamaria Blanco, and then we'll have to see, is Robert Kemoy from Kenya still holding on in fifth after his fall, after his incident on the trail. Then we have the top of the women's field. It is almost a Spanish sweep, which is not surprising. Sarah Alonso in first, Juana Madalena Amaray from Romania in second, Nieta Irahoyan from Spain as well in third, Nuria Gil Caplera from Spain, the coming back new mom in fourth, and then Asoreg Fortem in fifth. Followed not too far behind, we'll have to see at the next checkpoint, Denisa Dragomir, also from Romania. Helen Mino Faulkner from the U.S., who was near the front at the start, leading at the start, has dropped back to eighth.
Well, I gotta say now, having eyes on Sarah Like she is what she does best. It's
working.
kind of like super strong on those climbs, running every step of the way, just like the men did prior to her on that section. You know, she's running scared, but she's moving still extremely well. It's not like she's fading. Obviously, taking 2 crashes would, like, you know, maybe shake her mental game a little bit. But we've seen Sarah in any sort of difficulties and always come out on top. She is strong. She has experience on going through these difficult moments. And keeping her head down and looking after herself. You can see here as she's climbing on the steeper part, pulling out the flask. She knows the climb will be long and tough, so she's probably fueling right now to make sure that she will get to the top, not running on fumes. Hydration and nutrition on those 50K races are essential. Ah, wow, she is now. Oh no, I thought she was going on the single track just yet. Now, oh wow, okay, no, it's it might have gone more. It was 1:16 in RTS, and I feel like Sarah might have regained a bit of ground here on Johanna Madalina Amarae.
Wow, you can see she is putting her head down and just driving. She is not worried about who's behind her. She's only worried about who's in front and chasing her down.
Eyes on the prize. And again, looking at the UTMB indexes, like Sarah is almost a whole 50 points higher than Johanna, which usually would translate into a much bigger time difference. So Johanna is definitely having an outstanding race, and if she carries on all the way through to Vieja, all the way through to the finish line, like that will absolutely skyrocket her UTMB index to new heights. But look at that. That last part of a climb, it's a doozy. They're gonna have to keep it together. And we actually have a quick commercial break coming up, but we'll be right back with you. Stay with us.
Tanta gente, non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion, cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica, fa un male cane.
Aïe, ah, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta, è finita.
Fast time, Billy.
The groove is so nice.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
horrendous. Yeah. And we are what is not horrendous is this coverage. We are excited to be with you.
Can't put a price on those views, ladies and gentlemen. Stunning.
The 55K race, PDA, which means footprints of water, because the course goes past 20 lakes, and we are seeing one of them here, just like little footprints of a giant that has walked across this gorgeous part of the Pyrenees. This is the 50K category race that we are following over the next 3 days. We will be covering the 100K race and the 100-mile category as well. And this is a part of the World Series majors. Now it joins Kodiak, which is the North American major, and the Chiang Mai race in Thailand for the Asia Pacific major. And what a major means is that all of the runners, no matter where you finish, as long as you finish, you get double the number of running stones. So that basically doubles your chances in the lottery for the UTMB finals. And not only do the age group category winners get a direct entry to the UTMB World Series finals, but also the top 10 men and women, not just the top 3, like the other UTMB World Series races, will secure an automatic qualification to the finals, which means 210 people from these races this weekend will get a direct entry to UTMB should they choose to take them. I think this is the second year that Val d'Aran by UTMB is a World Series major, I believe. And the prize money,
third, I think.
or third? Is it the third
Yep.
year?
Yep. Pretty sure.
And the prize money goes 5 people deep. So the first place will get 5,000 euros, and the 5th place will get 1,000 euros, which is good pocket change to be able to enter another race.
Or buy yourself a lot of tortillas and drink calimucho. Like, you know, when you go local, you gotta just blend in with the food and the drinks and the local culture. But yeah, and I just want to point something. I want to bring it back. We've talked about a lot of majors, but we were missing the Asia Pacific Ultra Trail Australia, which is the 4th major in the UTMB World Series that took place earlier in May. And that makes it, if my math is right, almost 800 automatic entries total, 840 if everybody takes that. So imagine over 10,000 runners during the UTMB World Series final across all distances and races in Chamonix Mont-Blanc. That's a lot of automatic entries. I never did that math, but that number is pretty substantial.
Yeah, you are correct. I did miss out on Oceania. Apologies for that. Apologies to all of our Aussies and Kiwis and everyone who races out there. But it's true. I mean, not everyone will take the direct entry to the UTMB World Series finals, but the fact that you don't have to go through the lottery and you can plan your race here, knowing that you can step on the start line already a bit of a winner, is quite a cool thing.
Yeah, and so now we're back with drone images, trying to find little ants way out in the distance. I can see a runner going up, so like going 90-degree angle from that like single track, which almost looks like a goat track. So going straight up the hill and actually breaking into a run. So that is definitely Luca Del Pero, who is not using poles. See, hands on knees now. He's transitioned back. And is he going? Yep, it looks like the flag are taking him on that little single track now. But yes, there we go. They carry on. That last section is literally straight up the hill to make it to the top. And with that wide angle, we could see that there was at least no one extremely close to Luca Del Pero. That gap was about 2 minutes. Again, if my math is right, let's do it. Let's check it out again. Whoa, actually, no. Yeah, 90 seconds. And so we'll see as we... no, we won't see just yet, but bear with us. It's gonna come. It's gonna be there soon. See how far second place in that main race, Gianluca Giano or possibly Anthony Felber, knowing that Anthony was another 90 seconds back from Gianluca and creeping up. We have let's play it safe. There's going to be a Brooks runner coming eventually behind Luca Del Piero. We just don't know which one it is.
That's true. And, you know, Gianluca Giano from Italy is quite a reliable middle distance performer, I think. Won the Istria 69K in April and 6th at ATC last August. Now we're looking at a bit of a race recap. So going back to see the start of the race this morning at 7 a.m. local time. And this is when we still had Robert Camoy running out in front, looking quite strong. Alan Faulkner from the US also running out in front. We've had a change up on both of those runners. And yeah, it looks like Robert has not come through the last checkpoint and has really fallen back. So possibly we're looking at a withdrawal. And there's Sarah Alonso taking the first fall that we said, that at least we saw. We know of 2 falls that she's had on the course so far, but you know, who knows what happens when the cameras aren't there, but she is continuing to move. And Sarah continuing to lead. She's been leading now for the last 3 hours or so. We've just passed the 5-hour mark of this 55-kilometer race. Really pushing, showing quite strong on the hills. This is where Robert Camoy did the pass with Anthony Falbert. And when they continued to jockey back and forth together, it was the 2 of them in the lead, followed by the chase pack. You can see them both transitioning through the aid station there. But then something happened on this section here, where we will see in a moment Robert Camoy at the side of the trail, either from a fall, from a cramp, from both. And that has really affected his race. He was continuing for a while, but we have not seen him come through the last checkpoint. So he has really, really fallen off the race. On the women's side, not as much of a change. We are seeing a really consistent and steady race between Sarah Alonso.
Yeah, and here Joanna just getting into the aid station, like a little bit of a confusion. And again, like if you want to be competitive, like we've had these live broadcasts, so just watch them to get familiar with every part of the course, especially aid station. You could literally gain seconds for free. And as we drop that little piece of advice on you, we have a quick commercial break coming up, and we'll be right back for the rest of the race.
Where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
The groove is so nice.
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Here you go, team. We're back on this Valderon by UTMB 50K, the PDA, and then we have on our screen from the eyes in the sky, Luca Del Pero, and he's gone through the highest point of the race and is dropping down on the other side. He is now on the right side of the mountain, making his way to Vieja. And we're waiting to have the splits of the next runners, but it looks like he's going to open quite a bit of ground.
Oh, this looks amazing. And, you know, I said earlier that we had passed the 5-hour mark. We've passed the 5-hour mark on the live, but we had just coming up to the 5-hour mark on the actual race competition. Yeah, I would hate to do a bit of a disservice to the runners out there, adding on time that they have not earned yet. So we are at 4 hours, 58 minutes into this race, but we have been with you for 5 hours and 8 minutes.
There we
Luca
go.
Del Pero, race favorite, 7th at OCC last year, 2nd at Lavaredo 50K, 4th at Zagama. He's come back from injuries that plagued him earlier this year. 2 different injuries, but he has come back from that strong and really focused on his rehab, making sure that that his 2026 race season has not gotten away from him. And we know Luca Del Pero is a very strong climber. He also descends well. That is going to really serve him well for this last section of the course.
Yeah, and I'm glad to see him there and doing so well because he's run such a smart race. Like, he just stayed hidden for the first part of the race and then eventually was with the chasing pack, but relaxed and just waited for the right time to put an attack. And man, that attack really did a lot of damage. He moved from 3rd to 1st in putting 2 minutes on second place. And now, by the time he crested it, now he's rolling down. Look at him open up. It is so steep. He still has to brake quite a bit. He cannot fully let go yet. But I think it's going to be extremely hard for anyone now to catch up with Luca Del Pero. We have our mountain biker here who's going to actually offer us a true POV and a better appreciation of how fast Luca is now running towards the finish line. Well, obviously now we're catching when he's getting on the flats. It doesn't look as impressive. But
it looks like he's just out for a little jaunt, a little stroll, but yeah. I swear he's moving faster than it looks like he is.
And maybe he's decided, he's looked back, because obviously it's open. See, yeah, he was relaxing just for a minute, and then now is back into a bit more. See, he's transitioning between opening up and then very shorter, higher cadence, try to lower the impact, because if you open up and have longer stride, the G's, the impact is gonna in your feet, knees, and hip and back is gonna be more substantial than just a lot of shorter stride, like small steps. And obviously he is an expert at it. And see, he's taking advantage of these long stretches to look what's happening behind him, but I doubt he's seeing much motion behind him. They will be a little further. And so now all he needs to do is just control the race and have one more gear left in case somebody chooses to peak in the distance. Then he can crank another one and just basically bring it home.
And all he's got is 5 kilometers left. So 10% of this course is left, but it is downhill. So really, we're just talking about the final stretch.
Oh, yeah, and he's still so relaxed.
Almost
That
too
is
relaxed.
impressive.
I don't know
Yeah.
if I would be this relaxed if I were him. Given what's happened in the race, given the switch-ups that we've seen, given how close the men's field has been, I don't know if I'd be running as relaxed as he is, but I gotta give him kudos. He knows what he's doing, and he has climbed his way into this spot, so he's earned it.
Certainly did, and again, because there's such a long line of sight, it's like maybe when he turned around, he just couldn't see anyone. He's all right, well, okay. As you were saying, you know, coming back, he's raced Sagama, so maybe he just doesn't want to overdo it and just wants to take the win. He's got nothing more to prove here. Right now, he's sitting on 5 grand euros and the win here in Val d'Aran. Do you really want to murder yourself knowing that most likely OCC is going to be the A race in his calendar? See, he's being mindful, trying to gauge who's behind and how far. And yeah, like he might just be running for first and not for the best possible time.
Well, I mean, first is it's not too shabby.
yeah, I'll take that.
Well, but I really want to see Sarah, you know, continue to push and see if she can break that 6-hour mark here today. I think it's possible. I think the fact that she's being chased will mean that she's not going to let up her foot on the gas. Whereas on the men's side, yeah, you could be right. I mean, Luca Del Perro had a 5-minute lead at the last checkpoint, which is actually bigger than what we've seen amongst the top men. They've been separated by seconds. Really, the top 5 men have been incredibly close. So to have a 5-minute lead at the last checkpoint does put him in a comfortable position.
Yeah, and it shows like, yeah, he was just on another level today. And again, based on his UTMB index, that is no surprise. Like, he was a notch higher, a notch stronger, and it shows here. And then as much as I was like, okay, maybe Anthony Felber is going to close on Gianluca, that 2-minute gap just, oh, actually, no, I take that back. It is 1:10. So Anthony Felber has closed a little bit more on Gianluca on that last last section.
There's a bit more of a race between second and third, whereas Luca has put in a bit of a gap. Now, we are following the top runners. Of course, we are looking at the top men, the top women, but I also just want to call out the fact that we had over 1,700 runners start this race, and only 26 have pulled out so far, really giving a bit of a sense of how good the race conditions are today. You know, we're not seeing massive temperatures. We're not seeing the carnage. We're only 5 hours into the race, but normally I would expect to see more people pull out at this point. So I think we'll be handing out a lot of finisher running stones today.
I certainly hope so. And then, yeah, again, to your point, looking at the race profile and the progression of all the runners, the biggest part of the pack is still on the section between 18 kilometers and 24 kilometers, while Luca Del Perro that we've had on the screen was past the 48-kilometer mark. It shows like, I mean, these elite athletes are on another planet.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't stand a chance anymore. 10 years ago.
and here, looking on the right side of your screen, a few cows, and I can already hear the music in Sarah's head. Turn, turn, da 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 da. And she'd be like, no. Getting
That's
a bit
the second time that we've said that we need a soundtrack here for the commentary. we need to talk to the production crew to get something going for the next time.
I'm just gonna have to upskill my my bruitage.
And there we have images of Gianluca Viano in second. So the two Italians really going for it. But he was 5 minutes back behind Luca Del Pero at the last checkpoint. There's Luca on the right side of the screen. Running very comfortably. Again, as I say, almost too relaxed. Come on, Luca, this is a race. Let's go.
Well, he's just yeah. I mean, look at on the left-hand side of your screen, Gianluca. He still has this entire dirt road to go over, and then start dropping down in the field on the single track first, and then to find himself where Luca Del Pero is. Like, he's got so much daylight. Like, those 5 minutes, especially on that downhill, corresponds to such a big distance that, Luca could just be freewheeling into the finish, and obviously, unless something bad happens, there's not going to be catching him, because Gianluca here is like definitely opening up his stride and trying to move as consistently as possible. But the time, like the difference in pace is not going to be enough to close 5 minutes by the time they get to the finish. You were pointing it out. They're 5Ks away from the finish. That would be 1 minute per K. That's never going to happen.
It's not going to happen unless there's, I hope it doesn't happen, but unless there's some kind of a fall, it would be impossible to make up 5 minutes by this point. But what I do like to see is Jean-Luc is still pushing. He can't see Luca in his sights, but he's still trying. He is still trying. He's on the hunt. He knows that the race isn't over until it's over. And so he's...
Well, and yeah. I was going to bring up this, ladies and gentlemen, because he's probably more looking in the rear mirror on somebody coming hot on his hill, and indeed, now we have images on third place runner, Anthony Felbert, coming from France, who has been closing the gap. He used to be in first after, just before RTS 8 station, which something obviously happened. Robert Penbow was on the ground, and Anthony Felbert went from first to fourth place. But ever since, he's been creeping back up in the ranking, passing Alain Santamaria, and now moving up, hoping to come one step higher and creep up on his teammate from Team Brook, Gianluca Giano. So I think Gianluca is probably more trying to run away from Anthony than now closing the gap on Luca Del Pero. So stay with us, because we do have a race for second place between these two gentlemen.
I mean, I can't wait to hear what actually happened there, why Anthony fell back. I'm guessing that if he was close enough to Robert when Robert Camoy went down, that he would have stopped to see if he was okay or stopped to help. Maybe that's why he lost time. And if that's the case, then that's amazing sportsmanship. We don't know. But I'm trying to think of what other factor would cause him, when he was in the lead, to suddenly drop back and allow the chase pack to go forward.
Yeah, and then as we have images of Luca Del Pero, this is what he does. Look at him just float down that track, comfortable, arms down. This descent is not costing the Italian runner anything. He's just using gravity to just pull him down. He's already started his recovery from the race. He's just cruising. But Steph, to your point, the race that's happening behind is something obviously that we're excited about seeing. But if Anthony Felbert stopped to help Robert Penboy, I'm pretty sure it is in the rules that you get that time back.
Really?
Well, I don't know how they monitor that, but I'm pretty sure, and this is what we've been saying in the live broadcast a few times, is that I don't know if this is officially in the rules, and we're going to actually check with the studio and the people who are making those rules, but, we want people to be safe out there. So if anything happens to a fellow competitor, you have to stop to help them out. And my understanding was that if you stop for so long, these time is credited back to you, so you don't choose between your race and helping out a fellow runner. So I'm going to try and turn to the right people and gauge whether like I'm right or wrong, but that would also play a great deal in the rankings right now, because if he stopped for a minute, then you know, a minute is probably what's between Gianluca Giano and Anthony Felbert at the moment.
Oh, that's interesting. I mean, whether he gets the time back or not, it's just the right thing to do.
Yeah.
I think it's the only thing to do when you're in a race like this. But we'll be very interested to hear what the story is there when we get to the end. And I'm just gonna check to see what has happened to. Okay, Robert Camoy is still moving. He hasn't dropped out of the race. He's dropped down to 19th, but he's gone through the last checkpoint. And you know, I have to give him massive kudos. If you're in the chat, give him a bit of love. It's oh no, he has withdrawn.
Oh no.
You know what? I stand. I keep my same point. Give him love in the chat anyway.
Yes.
I have to give it out to him. It must be so hard. This is his second, I believe, UTMB series race. He's coming off of a win. He was looking fabulous today. Unfortunately, he has withdrawn. But let's give him a bit of love. Give him a bit of encouragement, so he can come back for the next race and do what we know that he can do.
Oh yeah. He was certainly part of the top contenders. Yeah, this is also the magic of trail running. Is like it's never given, and you could be in your top shape, and then you know something happens, and all of a sudden it's all out the window. So that's why we keep our keep our eyes peeled, because even if Luca Del Piero is one of the best guy runners in the world, and this downhill should, if anything, suit his strength. He seems extremely relaxed, but you can't stop focusing. That ground is cheeky, and those rocks are trying to grab the front of your feet. They've succeeded twice with Sarah Alonso. Nobody is in the safe zone.
I've come up with a great idea, Martin. After this race, Sarah Alonso needs to give a little bit of a trail workshop to Robert Camoy to figure out how to fall and keep going, how to save the knees, how to save the body, because Sarah could give a master class on crashing and rallying.
Damn, she certainly does.
Let's see it. We're coming up with great ideas here behind the mic. That's what we do.
So here we go. Gianluca Giano is now entering the forest. My biggest question right now is, did Anthony Felbert get a chance to catch a glimpse of Gianluca to realize that he was creeping up on him, or is now Gianluca out of sight and out of mind, away from Anthony Felbert? And I mean, look at him go. He is definitely moving a little faster than Luca Del Piero on that section. Again, closing 5 minutes. It's going to be near impossible, and if Luca starts to feel like somebody's creeping up on him, I have full confidence that he's going to be able to switch gear. And now we are with third place Anthony Felbert, and yeah, okay, that will answer my question. I don't think he got the chance to see his fellow teammate Gianluca Giano, so he will either have to rely on feedback from possible spectators on the side, but it looks like we have our top 3 locked in. But as always, I hope I'm wrong, and we all here for the drama. Maybe late changes because of it's going to be tough now.
Between 4th and 5th, Josep Miret and Leonard Machica. There was only like 30 seconds between them at the last checkpoint. I think. So it could be quite interesting to see. Remember, the top 5 all get prize money, so it does make a difference between 4th and 5th. A few €100.
Oh, yeah. Just like every second counts in a race, every cent count in the pocket.
Absolutely. And if we can just recognize on the women's side, at the last checkpoint, there was just, about 5-6 minutes in between 1st and 5th. So very tight women's field at the top. Oh, I absolutely love it. If this is an indication of what's to come over the next 2 days, I need to fuel up.
Oh, yeah. No doubt about it. We're in for another fantastic edition of the HOKA Val by UTMB, the European major, with a stacked field in every race. And
Anthony Felber's a more conservative downhill runner than Gianluca, from what I can see.
Yeah, maybe it's deceiving because Anto, living in the valley, in the Chamonix Valley, is very familiar with technical terrain, and maybe he just looks a little smoother. But and he's a fierce competitor. So unless he's blown all his matches and he's got nothing left in the tank, if he's still got some, he will be pushing hard all the way to the finish. But again, like running blind like this, when you don't know what's happening neither ahead or behind you, it's hard to go full throttle and try to murder yourself if you're doing this for nothing. Yeah, wait and see.
And it could be he's just running more conservatively on this race because of his injury last year. I think it was a tibial bone edema. Bone stress injury that he had last year. And of course you get a lot more stress when you're going downhill. That's just conjecture. Okay, so we have just under a kilometer in between first and second place. That is not possible to make up at all, as we were saying earlier, unless something catastrophic happens or there's some kind of divine intervention. Luca Del Perro is running to the first place to win this 55K course.
Yeah, see, he's like now going past the antenna. There's going to be back in the forest a few switchbacks on the single track, and then he will be on the road, and from then on it's a straight shot into the little beautiful town of Vieja and the finish line. And yeah, like it's super cool to see those distances between first and second, because it used to be 1.1 and then it had shrunk to 960. So as we thought, like Gianluca was running faster than Luca Del Perro, but again, Luca, I think, as like the body language speaks for itself. He's just cruising into the finish. It doesn't need to murder himself. Just be conservative, look after yourself. And then, yeah, like, look at this. He's jogging, like, keeping it soft on the foot. It's, yeah, he's made his...
stroll.
Exactly. He's played his cards exactly where he needed to do it, put enough daylight between him and Gianluca, and now he's like, all right, I'm gonna cruise into the finish, ring the bell, like, tocca la campana, as they say. And yeah, claim €5,000 in the process.
What do you think is going through his head? Is he thinking about the chorizo? Is he thinking about the beer? Is he thinking about taking a nap in the sun? What is he thinking as he comes into the finish line?
He's like, mamma mia, mi piace la corsa e voglio drink, and then that's as far as my Italian goes.
And Buca Lupo, come on, Gianluca.
And there you go. Yeah, he's on the road now. That's gonna be a good claim. Just 2Ks to the finish, under 10 minutes to go. No, okay. No, yeah, and I was like 2Ks. I was pretty confused because no, it is 1K to the finish at this point.
Yeah.
Yes, much less. 1.9 was probably Gianluca Giano.
He can smell the pizza. He can smell the paella. He can smell it all.
And look at him, like, if the pace is right on your screen, like, he looks like he's just strolling, but he's strolling at 330 per K. Which...
Okay, I take it back. I was accusing him of not trying too hard and just going out for a Sunday stroll, but if his stroll is 3 minutes, 30 seconds per kilometer, that is not someone that I'd be able to stroll with on a Sunday. So I take it back. I take it back, Luca. You are an absolute star, and you are making it look easy to all of us, because You are flying.
Yeah,
You
it's
are absolutely flying.
hats off to Luca, like a very humble runner as well. Like, and it's even more beautiful when we have really good people taking the top spots of the podium. A very, very smart race. Like, he paced himself perfectly, knew his strength, pushed the pace on the up, and then stood clear of his competition, and now just moving into the finish without having to redline too much. Obviously, he's still moving. Now he wants to get it done, but the Italian runner from Team Scarpa like delivered an absolute masterclass today. Hats off. Well done.
Do you know, I'm just like Sarah Alonso, you know, claiming that she wasn't sure how today would go and she wasn't quite fit. I'm calling out our second sandbag winner because Luca Del Pero in his interviews before this race said, oh, he wasn't sure. It was a question mark for him with the long distance after coming back from injury, but he likes the mountains, yada, yada, yada. Okay, we have two sandbag winners today, and the first is Luca Del Pero because I think this
there we go.
Be a nice surprise for him, or he was just playing us all because this was an incredibly strong performance. As you say, you know, he used his tactics well. He kind of came up from further behind. He saved it in his legs. He knew that he could climb well. He knew that he could descend well. And he is now running to the finish, incredibly smooth, making it look way too easy.
Yeah, man.
Woo! Here we go. Let's give it up for Luca Del Pero from Italy, our winner on the men's side of the 55K PDA race. Congratulations, Luca.
So good. Wow. So good. He really changed gear in that last K, wanted to get it done, and as you said, he looked so smooth, so strong into the finish, and now is testing the comfort of the finish line carpet.
What an optical illusion. I really didn't think he was pushing because it just looked so easy, and he is panting. He's lying on the ground. I take it all back. That is the sign of just a really graceful, trained runner.
And our finish line speaker, commentator, I see Tonin, who was inviting Luca to do a little bit of a celebration loop with the crowds that have come in the city center of Biella, lined up on that finish line to witness such a solid win by the Italian runner. And it looks like it's quite windy. Hey, when you see those flags flying.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're gonna certainly appreciate that little breeze.
Going for his little victory lap, really soaking it up.
Does that fox have a name?
That's a good question. Maybe it's something in the local language. What's interesting about Val d'Aran is that it's one of the few areas in Spain that has the local language officially recognized, the particular dialect there.
And he's ringing the bell. The iconic piece of finish line.
Haven't we seen people try to ring the bell with their heads in previous years?
Oh, yep.
Or is that a different race? Yeah.
No,
it is a no-go, people. That is a no-go. That is a metal bell. Ring it with your hands, not with your head. Let's think smart.
Yeah. And actually, you can see Tony in here. He was one of the speakers, and at the time I was on the finish line with him and Depa. And we saw it coming. That was the worst part. We saw that guy. He's like, no. And it looked like he was going to go for it. And he's like, don't do it. And he did, and he knocked himself out and had to be taken to the hospital, and there was stitches.
No.
It's like, whew, not the right way to finish a race. But all right, back on the race to celebrate Gianluca Giano, another Italian runner about to cross the line here in Biella and take the second place here at this HOKA Val run by UTMB 50K, the PDA. All right, he's already collecting high fives. I think there was someone from the Brooks team who was strategically positioned just in case, there was somebody to creep up on or somebody that was coming back. It's always good to have those indications when you're about 500 meters from the finish line. and he is now securing that second place. Anthony Felbert would not have managed to close the gap on Gianluca Giano. Another 300 meters, couple of turns, and he will be across the line. He's stretching it out as well. And when you can smell the barn, you're just giving it all. And also the satisfaction, the joy, the fist up in the air, flying into the finish line. Yes, very professional. One final glimpse over the shoulder before celebrating for sure.
Well, you never know. We saw, you know,
Oh,
race
no.
to the finish yesterday, and you just never know. So one final confirmation. Oh, he's not at the end
Here we
yet.
go, here we go. Make it to the line. And there we go.
What a fantastic race. What a fantastic finish. The top two runners, Italians, in this race at Val d'Arène by UTMB. Gianluca Giano looking very happy and still on his feet. Luca Del Pero, collapsing, hugging the ground at the end, really proving to us that he had given it his all, despite the doubters, myself included. Gianluca going for his victory lap.
There we go, hands up in the
What a
air.
moment.
Mamma mia, complimenti a Italia. So good. Yeah, they've, you know, these professional runners, it's never a given to have the right day, but when you cross the line and you know everything has unfolded the way it should have, man, it's such a satisfaction because they work so hard, bringing it like day in, day out, the training with consistency, with trying to bring their best on the day, and so it's certainly pleasing from the other side of the screen to see these gentlemen and soon see these women rewarded with the result that they were hoping for. And I don't know if we're going to have interviews on the finish line. It would be awesome. But if we do, here's Anthony Felbert, who's going to cross the line in third place. And I really hope to have a word with to understand what went down when him and Robert Penboy were in the lead. And next thing we knew, they were in fourth and fifth place. And Robert Penboy was on the ground. Anyway, the Frenchman here, also representing Tim Brooks, is on his way to claiming the third spot of the podium. There we go. The pack is out, and Brooks' logo is going to be presented on the line. That's how you do the job for your main sponsor. Oh, yeah. It's not his first rodeo. And rings the bell, crosses the line, and celebration with Gianluca and Luca Del Pero. These gentlemen know each other, race each other, and certainly appreciate one another. Here we go.
Going back for his victory lap without the pack. Why carry the extra weight even a few more meters? Let's get rid of that and do some high fives out here. That is our men's podium, our top three folks in the PDA race of Val d'Arène by UTMB. Absolutely incredible. And as the men are finishing, the women, the top women, are coming up to the final section of that final climb, the really steep section.
Yeah, and the gap between Sarah Alonso and Johanna Madalena Amarei is actually increasing a little more.
Yep.
We were about 90 seconds, and now it is 2. Oh, actually, it's not that much more.
Almost 3 minutes.
Almost 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Yeah. Which again reflects like their strength on the trail as well as their UTMB index. Sarah Alonso is definitely a notch above Johanna Madalena Amarei, and so she's showing now that, you know, on that last section she still has plenty in the tank. She has the distance in the legs, and she is here to win. And so far it is unfolding the way she hopes. And then Nuria Gil.
Caplera.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's
Yeah,
moved to third. So that's quite exciting. And she's only about 90 seconds behind Uana. So we could see Nuria potentially coming up even one more spot into second if she's continuing to be strong for this final section of the race. That is quite cool.
Nuria back on the UTMB circuit after a year of having her first child. She's got range as well. You know, she does like between the 50, but she's done 100K races as well. So the distance is not going to be a problem for her. And earlier this year, she was second at Arc of Attrition in the 50K. So yeah, it's she's got experience as well. So another teammate of Sarah Alonso representing Team Asics could really do well.
Yep. And she had been dealing with injuries as well. A number of our kind of top fives have been dealing with injuries. She was dealing with injuries for a couple of months, in issues in her foot that I think kept her from racing Sagama, but she said she was excited to get back to the start line. And it should be the 1-year birthday of her baby, either this week or next week. I believe next week. So this is an exciting time for her to come back and race.
Yeah, we have the interview of Luca Del Pero. We're just going to say nothing in case you at home have the audio, but we don't.
So I didn't know if I was ready for a race like this. And yeah, I suffered a lot today. In the first half, the sensations weren't the better, but in the last uphill, I was third at the start. I tried to reach Gianluca and Alain, and yeah, the legs were okay, and one after one I came in first position. Yeah, the last lap was really long, like the downhill, and yeah, I suffered a lot also in the downhill because I think I don't have a lot of meters of diesel level in the legs. So yeah, at the end I'm super happy. It was my first important race of the year, and yes, now I can look forward to the other race in a right way.
Luca, after a winter when you had that bad injury, I'm sure you were afraid that the legs wouldn't last the distance. When did you begin to believe that today was your day and you are going to get the victory?
Yeah, on the first half, I started maybe a little bit slower than usually, just because I was afraid of my shape. I didn't know because it was 5 hours and a half of a race, and yes, I saw that the other guys were just in front of me. And I started to believe it, and in the last rapid I tried to give it all, and it gone well. So I'm really happy.
It was a great finish, and you had to keep working hard because there was such a small margin of victory. Look, you were in, I think, OCC last year, a top 10 place, 7th. Will you be returning to Chamonix for the World Series finals in a few weeks' time?
Yes, I think now I will do like 10 days of rest. Then I think I'll go to Monte Rosa Valservag in the 44 kilometers. And then I think I will go straight to OCC to try to do better than last year.
Luca, on behalf of all of us here, good luck. You're a wonderful champion. And congratulations again on being our 2026 PDA champion.
Bravissimo, bravo, grande, Luca Del Pero. E tenemos a Josep Miret.
Josep Miret coming in, another super strong runner who's now reached the top spots of the podium after running as a young athlete. Oh, and that was a close call too.
This must be Leonard Matrika from Romania.
Yeah. Oh, he's elbowed the ground.
As well.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that is our top 5 men in the PDA race at Val d'Aran by UTMB. Separated by about 10 minutes? No, even more actually. 13 minutes. Yep. Top 5 men separated by 13 minutes. I was expecting a bit of a closer race actually.
Yeah, and both Josep Miret and Leonard Mitrika really came from the back and had a super strong back end of the race. It's very impressive because they were barely in the top 10 at halfway.
I think we're going to see closer finishing times amongst the top 5 on the women's side. Normally it's the other way around, but I think we might see a flip here. There's a great finish line race vibe.
Mr. DJ, porfa, muchas gracias.
Bring the music down, the excitement.
Muy feliz, enhorabuena.
Sì, sono molto felice. È stato una bellissima avventura.
I'm very happy. It was a beautiful adventure.
Io arrivo dallo skyrunning. Questo è skyrunning.
I'm originally coming from skyrunning. I'm very, very happy.
Questi 5 giorni sono stato in alto con la tenda. È bellissimo, una bellissima gara. Forse una delle più belle che abbia mai corso.
Oh wow, he says it's a very cool race and definitely the most beautiful course I've run.
Y cuéntanos, ¿qué es la próxima carrera que te gustaría hacer este verano?
Hey Luca.
So which is the next race you're going to do this summer?
In mezzo al vallone l'ho dovuto staccare, cioè mi ha staccato, non ce l'ho più fatta. La prossima carrera, mi hai detto? E la prossima carrera è il campionato italiano di Sky Marathon in Italia, la Pizzostella Sky Marathon.
His next race will be the Italian national champs in skyrunning in Italy, and then I'm pleased to hear that he's then to wrap up the summer he's going to be in Kima.
Sono andato a correre gli europei a Kamik, molto veloce come gara, non per me, però farò i mondiali a fine anno di skyrunning con la nazionale italiana, quindi dai, la forma c'è.
Y seguro, última pregunta, seguro el año que viene te gustaría volver.
So yeah, he's definitely going to focus on the skyrunning World Series.
Assolutamente, il prossimo anno sarò di nuovo qua perché è una bellissima gara, c'è un bellissimo pubblico ed è una bella organizzazione, quindi il prossimo anno sarò qua.
And so he confirms that he will be back here next year because it's a beautiful race, beautiful course, and beautiful spectators and organization. Sweet. That is very interesting. You see, somebody who's truly a skyrunner and focusing on these skyrunning races kind of takes a sidestep from that circuit to come here in Vieja and compete against the world's best.
I mean, why not? If you're going to do it, then why not come to a World Series major? And on these trails, no less.
Well, and technically, if he changes his mind for next year, he now has his ticket into next year's OCC. There you go. Yeah, it was a bit of a tougher day for Edu Rodés Guirao.
As we're watching the men come through, we are still keeping an eye on the women's field. Let's listen.
Oh, here we go. Tonin back on the finish line with Anthony Felbert, third place.
Il faut être rêve de toi. Et bon,
On veut savoir comment étaient les parcours, comment t'es senti la.
And they're asking like, okay, how did the race go for you? Tell us everything. So I'm going to try to keep it short because there's a lot of things have actually happened.
Je regrette pas d'être venu dans les Pyrénées. Je pense que je vais m'en souvenir longtemps. Je m'attendais pas à ce que la première partie soit aussi technique. Enfin, en vrai, il n'y avait pas de chemin.
I wasn't expecting such a first part being so technical. We're really dancing in between the rocks.
Un petit peu fort, mais c'est comme ça que j'aime courir.
And I started a little bit maybe too fast, but that's the way I race.
La trace jusqu'au lac.
And then I struggled a little bit to find my pace towards the lake. And then Luca, Gianluca, they were really strong, especially on the downhill. And that was the first trail of the season, so it felt a bit fast. But then
On s'est accusé un peu le coup. On était tous les quatre à la queue leu au début de la bosse, mais je dis allez, il reste un KV.
starting to fade, and they were all there, all together. And in that last climb, Luca really pushed the pace, and there was not much I could do. So I would rather like keep up, like maintain my own pace. And I was almost thinking that there could be more runners coming from the back. So I'm super happy and proud to have hold on to the third place. And despite that big fight with all the runners around me, I still got the chance to look around a bit.
Mais bon, c'est la première fois, c'est les premières courses des saisons. Et après quoi? Qu'est-ce qui vient?
So this is the first race of the season for you. What comes next?
Un peu plus long, j'espère que ça ira moins vite en descente.
And so, so he says like he's gonna do CRZ now mid-August first to with my climbing ability to do something good, and then my race of the season will be CCC. So he's hoping that runners will be a little slower on the downhill so he can keep up. And he says like final parting words like thank you so much and congratulations to the organization for such a well put together event. Man, those Frenchies can talk. Woo!
That is interesting. I mean, he did talk about the downhills, and as we were watching, I did think he was going a bit more conservatively on the downhill. So maybe that does track if he's looking forward to people going slower on the downhills for CCC. Here we've just been hearing from the men, but there we have our top 5 women so far as we're following them into the finish. Sarah Alonso still in the lead, followed by Juana Amaray and Nuria Gil Clapera, who is in third. We will be back with you after a short break, so stay tuned.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Aid station, so it took media at the very top, so it can't have been a woman. There we go, we're back, and confusion is at its highest because we're back on a women's race and we had quick images, aerial images of what looked like a woman dressed in kind of white clear outfit, which would lead to believe we had Nuria Jill on our screen. However, she was already running down, which would mean she has gone over to Media aid station, but on the live.utmb.world tracking, none of the top women have gone through, so we're lost.
Well,
we don't know.
We are looking at pretty remote areas. There, it's normal for there to be a little bit of a delay on some of the data coming through. So we are assuming nothing dramatic has happened because Sarah had quite a comfortable lead, but we are just refreshing like maniacs so that we can get an update and bring you some information. We have had the top 10 men come through on the race, and we are eagerly anticipating the women's field, which I've predicted is going to be a little bit tighter than the men's field, which is not something we normally see. But I have been proven wrong before, and we will only know when they start that descent into Vieja. We're getting a recap of the course here. The first part of the course, definitely more technical. We've got kind of 3 main climbs in this race. One big one, followed by a short, steep one, and then one nice, punchy one at the end. But Anthony Falbert, in his post-race interview we just heard, he was saying he was surprised at actually how technical, even knowing, hearing about what this course was like, he was surprised when he got on it at how technical it actually was during that first part. Certainly runnable sections through the middle, but the race has, we've seen that it's favored those with sky running backgrounds, those who can really do those climbs, and those with poles have been able to pull ahead, particularly on that last climb, which really just hits you when you're in that last kind of 10-15K of the race, and you've got to really pull a cat out of the bag, rabbit out of the hat, and be able to still show some energy going up the climbs. Sound effects, we're serenading you. We're giving you it all here from the studio. I have not sung for you yet, and there is a reason for it. I'm gonna leave that to Martin.
We're not gonna draw the thunderstorm just yet. Don't worry. But yeah. Last part of the climb.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead there.
Yeah, just last part of the climb, and indeed trying to pull our best entertainment abilities as we're winning. Oh, excuse me. Here we go. I'm losing it.
Okay, we now have an update. Sarah Alonso has gone through that last checkpoint at 12:49 p.m. She is expected down to Vieja at 1:26 p.m. So if that's the case, then we are not going to be breaking the 6-hour mark that I was really hoping we would, but still quite a strong race nonetheless. I think the men weren't as fast as I was expecting them to be either, looking at past times. But again, we've had some slight course changes over the years, just depending on storms, weather, snowpack at the top. That first climb that the runners do is at 2,600 meters and often has snow. So it's hard to compare exactly the times year to year. But the conditions this year are really as close to perfect as you can get for July. For Spain, for the Pyrenees. You can't ask for much better than this. Low temperatures, a little bit of breeze, blue skies. I mean, it's just laid out for them. It's just laid out for them. All they have to do is run 55K.
With 3,300 meters of elevation gain.
Piece of cake.
Easy.
Piece of tarta de
Easy.
queso.
Well,
as they
Luca
say.
Del Pero was making it look like torta del queso from my perspective.
Yeah, he was very impressive, and again, like, it's the experience, the race management, the race pacing that paid off. He executed perfectly, and so here we're waiting for Sarah Alonso now to start showing on your images from these drone shots. She's the first who's crested the last climb, and so far she is the only one. We're refreshing pretty hard here, and okay, so she's gone through their local time 12:49 p.m. and it's now 12:52, so it's already 3 minutes elapsed.
And there we go. Sarah Alonso's finish from OCC last year. You can see she was putting her fingers up like little horns. That was a bit of a shout out to the attack that she faced by a cow in the weeks leading up to OCC when she was training on her own. It was we were all worried that she wouldn't be able to come to the start line, and she did, and she showed up in full force. So we know Sarah can battle through just about anything, and she can do it with humor. She survived an animal attack. Today she's had at least 2 falls that we've seen, and she has not let up. So she is a runner with grit. She's a runner with humor. And humility / sandbagging.
And soon I've heard in the grapevine that she's going to open up training camps for diving competitions. Like, except there's not going to be water, it's just going to be on the trails. It's like how to handle those. All right, on that note, if you weren't with us this morning, this is a recap of what has happened since the start, 7 a.m. local time, with these ladies and gentlemen on the early parts of the course where things started to settle, but Sarah Alonso took it hard right from the start to lead the race. Although, actually, I don't want to take it away from her. Helen Minot-Faulkner was actually leading for a wee while at the beginning until it got technical, and then we kind of lost sight of the American runner. And then on the men's race, at first, it was a 2-man's race. Anthony Felbert and Robert Penboy here. The slow-mo of Sarah Alonso first. Oh man, that style, like the brouette, as we say, the wheelbarrow move.
This
now
is why
it's going to
you
be
train the upper body as well. This is why you train the upper body as well, because you need to be able to catch yourself and do a good plank mid-race.
Yeah, no, very impressive skills here. And then Anthony Felbert was giving everything he had on this early stage, top of the very first climb of the race. But the rest of the men's pack was chasing. Meanwhile, Sarah Alonso was trying to pull away in the lead to try and secure a more than 4-minute lead. But Johanna Madalina Amarie managed to actually close that down to almost 1 minute and 16 seconds in RTS later in the race. And then that was when Robert Penboy and Anthony Felbert was still neck to neck, while Luca Del Pero was closing on the chasing group with Gianluca and Alain Santamaria. But then Robert Penboy took a bad fall and would later on have to drop out of the race. And this is the gentleman coming out of the RTS aid station, Luca Del Pero, now running in third. While Johanna here was starting to make a move on Sarah Alonso. But Sarah, look at this. She was literally in and out, so efficient coming through that aid station. What Johanna was, a little bit confused, and she was actually looking for the way out of the aid station. She didn't need water or anything, but there, a good 10 seconds were spent. And there we go. That's on the last climb where Luca Del Pero, the Italian runner from Team Scarpa, managed to make his move and take the win and secure that lead with 5 minutes over Gianluca Giano. And then in third place was Anthony Felbert. And the position, top 3 position in the men, stayed like this all the way until the finish line in the old town of Viera. Here we go. Luca Del Pero taking the big W. Gianluca Giano, another Italian runner from Team Brooks, claimed second place. And finally, Anthony Felbert, super happy about this race, surprised by the technicality of this course, celebrating with the crowds, and taking third place in his PDA.
And as we're watching these top men come through, I've had one eye, both eyes admittedly, on the women's field. So now we've got a bit of an update. Sarah Alonso, she now has a 4-minute lead over Juana Emirai from Romania. And then in third, we've got Nuria Gil-Capler and Niara Irigoyen from Spain in fourth, and then Estelle Roig-Fortin. Now, what I want to point out is that while we've got a 4-minute gap between Sarah and Juana, we have just 1 minute separating Juana, Nuria, and Niara. So there is a race between second, third, fourth. They're going to be potentially close enough on this downhill section when it really opens up to be able to spot one another, which is going to make things really interesting. So this is exciting. This is exciting. I think, Sarah's now going for it. She has been holding the lead now for 3.5 hours, 4 hours. She's been holding the lead now for about 4 hours, shall we say? Yep.
Yep.
So she's probably feeling pretty comfortable. I don't know if she knows that she's now got a 4-minute gap, but she'll be able to look behind her. She has been checking behind her, running, as you say, a little bit scared, but aggressively in this race. So if she doesn't see anyone behind her, then she'll know. She's got 5 kilometers left, and like we saw on the men's side, something would have to go wrong in order for her to lose this lead. And look at that speed. 3 minutes, 30 seconds, 3 minutes, 50 seconds per kilometer. She is motoring. My God. I think we're looking at this is a safe bet that she will continue to be the women's leader. But second, third, fourth, I think is still up in the air. And that would be a question, actually. Juana's been chasing down Sarah. She has not been looking behind her. She's been looking ahead. So the question is, has Juana kind of spent it all trying to chase Sarah? Does she have anything left to be able to hold off the people behind her? Is she now starting to look behind her? It'll be interesting to see when we get some images on that chase pack.
Yeah, true, because that's a long descent that you need to handle, and so if you're a bit cooked, it's gonna get hard on the legs if you don't have the conditioning. And man, Sarah is still looking back. She's not feeling completely secure. It's a very different race mode as opposed to Luca Del Pero, who was really cruising and relaxing. Sarah is still running scared, but man, there is no one in sight so far, and based on the splits we've seen, she just has to make it in one piece down to the finish line, and that would be enough to bring the win home. But yeah, she's still very much head in the game, eyes on the prize, and hopefully still has a little bit to drink and eat, because what is the predicting finishing time? Yeah, still 25 minutes, and at that game, now we have horses.
Sarah, stay clear.
She's going past them. She's in the clear. Yeah. But look at Joanna here opening up on that descent.
Only being chased by the men at this point.
Yep.
Wow, she is motoring. I love to see this. I mean, it was beautiful to watch Luca Del Pero run down this, but because he made it look so easy, it was really an optical illusion. We didn't get a sense of how hard it was. When you see Sarah running, you get a sense of how much she's putting into this. She's got grit. She is leaving nothing left on the table. And I love it. I love it when the competition gets to this level, that you know that there is no margin of error.
Yeah, and then depending on what runners are after as well, it's a position, but sometimes they're like, hey, I want to bring my absolute best. I want to make sure that I crossed the line and I didn't waste a single second, because, they also want to be showing the world how fast they can go. what's happening with Sarah? Oh yeah, no, we're good. Because then those UTMB scores that are the reflection of a runner's level. I'm a bit confused. Yeah. I think Sarah is not quite on the course, and now she's staying very clear of these cows. But yeah, there we go. She is back on the course. Yeah. Okay, so it was an intentional longer route because the course was actually going right next to that pack of cows, and she was like, I'm not touching that herd. I am not taking chances here. So okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she's like, oh. Sure, they look really good, but I only like to see them in my plate.
Exactly. And after you've been running for a few hours, you start to smell quite attractive to a whole range of animals out there. So it's especially when you're in race mode, you're just letting off these pheromones. This is my theory. So it's even more important during racing than it is in training to give them a wide berth. Now, scientists can come and tell me I'm wrong, but experience tells me I'm right.
Right. And then, depending on the pheromones, it could be attracting little birds or bugs or butterflies or freaking cows and donkeys.
Donkeys, deer. I've done it. I've had it all. You never know what will happen out on this course. You never know what will happen out in the Pyrenees. It just shows that the remoteness, the raw nature that these runners are going through. This is not necessarily a heavily trafficked area, and that means that anything can really happen. And it's quite, we're making jokes about the animals, but it's quite a treat. It's quite a treat to be able to run across this landscape, run by these beautiful lakes, created by the footprints of a giant. And here Sarah is on the screen. You can tell by the way that she's running that she is on quite steep terrain. It's a lot steeper than what it looks like. She's taking smaller footsteps.
It's very interesting because we've seen that course, and it's like, okay, it is steep, but it's not that steep. So what came to mind is like, wow, has the wheel fallen off? Are the legs now quite tired, and she's forced to take smaller steps so the impact is not as painful on the legs? And soon enough, we will see Joanna go through that same section because she seems like she's running a whole lot faster and definitely with a purpose. Where she's seemingly haven't had any bad experience with cows, she doesn't bother running away from them, and she's back on the single track again. But now she's good. I don't know what the spectators were telling her. Maybe the fact that Sarah is actually not that far ahead. But it's gonna be interesting to see as soon as Sarah branches into the single track, which is also a little steeper, if this is her, if she switched to that kind of shorter stride purposely, while Yona is now going absolutely all out.
Whoa.
She's taking risks here. Hopefully she's fueling, but we're in for a race. I don't know if she can close 4 minutes, but we can thank you for the realization for this kind of side by side shots, because we can clearly see the difference in pace between these two women.
Yeah, it would be very tough to make up 4 minutes at this point, even if she is running faster. However, she can cause a little bit of stress and a little bit of drama and still make things interesting. Yeah, if you look at the way that Sarah's running, I mean, I was guessing that it was just steeper than it looked, which I think is partly true, but she's just not running as aggressively. She's not running as aggressively right now as Juana.
Whoa. Look at that.
And this must be Nuria.
Yeah, it's Nuria.
Yeah.
And she is right there too.
Yeah.
She is literally 150 meters behind Joanna.
And she's looking behind her, which tells me, I mean, we saw through the last checkpoint that second, third, fourth were all really clumped up. So Niara Irahoyan must be not too far behind Nuria. We are going to have a close finish. I just feel it. I just feel it. This is going to be great.
This is awesome, and I hope we're going to have images and all that. Obviously, have like 2 cameras, one with our leader here on your screen, Sarah Alonso from Spain, representing Team ASICS. And the chasing pack, they are a few minutes back, but it looks like in between second, third, and fourth, there is just a few hundred meters, less than a minute. And this is also probably maybe why Joanna is giving everything she's got. She may not be running to try and catch Sarah, but she's running to try and run away from Nuria Hill.
I mean,
we're in for a treat.
Let's take a minute to recognize this. We are talking about a 55K race with 3,300 meters of climbing. They've been running for over 6 hours, and it is going to come down to minutes or seconds that are separating the women in the top 5. Now, 5 years ago, we wouldn't have seen this. The competition has gotten so deep, it's gotten so fierce that every second matters. Those seconds that we saw filling up your flasks, moving the wrong way when you're inside an aid station, taking a little bit of extra time, going up a climb or pulling your foot off the gas pedal when you're on the descent. These choices now make a difference between first and second, between first and fifth. It is just that competitive now.
Yeah, it's quite impressive.
And the female participation, we mentioned earlier in the broadcast that it has grown from 12.5% in 2021. Actually, when I was participating in the 100-mile category, that was the first edition, to 19% last year, and then now 21% this year, with higher participation rates in the shorter distance races.
And see here, you can see Sarah still looking after herself, trying to get the final sip of whatever is left in that flask. She's a professional. She knows that she's not going to be able to get the best out of herself without fueling and hydrating. But man, she is moving now. And then it's going to be a sharp right-hand turn.
2.7 kilometers to go. You can see the grade now. Earlier we saw it was minus 24%. Now, minus 15, minus 34%. So, yeah, hard to get an average between the two. But coming down to lower altitude, we'll be running a little bit easier. And they're back with Joanna. So, okay, she's now 3 kilometers. So maybe there's 600, 700 meters between them. If the times work out well, which would make sense, I think. I think she is gaining time, but it's not going to be earlier enough to be able to make up the distance. And there we have Nuria.
It's
on.
It's gonna be tight. It's gonna be tight.
Was that a half swear word? Was that the beginning of a swear word?
No, I want fudge. I'm hungry. Oh, look at that! Like, Joanna is taking every risk. Like, she's on the verge of tumbling down the hill. Like, she's giving everything she's got on that little single track. Also trying to drink at the same time. Coming out of the forest now for Nuria Hill very soon, and on that kind of last open field where you could possibly catch a glimpse of the runner ahead of you, but she won't, because Joanna will be also gone from it. So these 3 ladies are hidden from their competition. Sarah is still like in the clear with what seems to be at least 500-600 meters. And so now she just has
for like 15 more minutes, less than 15 minutes. She's just got to hold on and cross that finish line.
So now it's a matter of looking after herself, staying focused, no trip on the trail.
No trip. That's going to be the key.
But
No tripping.
wow.
If you do, you know, drag yourself to the finish on all fours. Because
Like,
this
I
is
think-
your race to win. Yeah.
But looking how Joanna is pushing the pace, like I'm very impressed. This is gonna be her race of the season, if not of her career. She's doing so well and still running with an intention, pushing the pace, trying to gain every possible meter or stay safe in the clear for securing that second place. 2.2 kilometers from the finish for Sarah Alonso. Looking at her watch, looking over her shoulder, she does not feel 100% secure.
Oof. I'm feeling tense. I know it's in the bag, but I'm still feeling a little bit tense until she gets close to the town. I'm feeling nervous for her.
and yeah, like now we see on the right hand side of your screen Nuria Gil in that open field, and I thought she was much closer to Joanna. So either Joanna has really pushed the pace and increased the time difference between them, but like it is at least as much time between Joanna and Nuria than there was between Joanna and Sarah Alonso. So as much as Nuria Gil was coming back strong, we have 300 meters. So there we go. That's making me lie big time. This is only 300 meters where we clocked 500 meters between Joanna and Sarah Alonso. Now Joanna is going full throttle, almost overshot that turn. Man, she is going to go hard all the way to the finish. You know, we have MVP for soccer games. Like, this is VP for Joanna, I want to say.
This is amazing. You know, the top three women have all been looking behind them. All three of them. They've just been checking over their shoulders. And for good reason. For good reason.
Oh, yeah.
I want to know how close Niara is to Nuria, because Nuria keeps looking behind her as well. And the algorithm is setting us up for a dramatic finish, because the algorithm is predicting Juana, Nuria, and Niara coming in all at the exact same time, which is amazing.
Oh, all right.
So let's see it. Let's see it.
Sure enough, that algorithm knows how to keep us on our toes and create a bit of a drama.
Absolutely.
So here we go. Sarah Alonso catching up a cam runner. Let's see if we get a bit of a audio. No, that was a clean pass.
Camera runners, no slouches themselves, as they have swept the podium in the 10K race yesterday, I think.
And shout out to all of you in the chat. There's some quality gifts coming up in reference to the mean cows who had given Sarah a bit of grief last year. Love it.
Love it. Yep. Sarah, you are moving it.
And there we go. The team is there to cheer on. This landmark, that little antenna, is truly the place where you start to feel the barn. You start to kind of the last few switchbacks on the trails before you hit the road. And once you're on the road, it's all downhill. The hard part is behind you. And the chances of tripping are like down to close to zero. And there we go, second and third woman here on your split screen. Both pushing really, really hard. But far enough apart somehow that we may not see a pass, but they really need to stay on their toes, both of them, because the slightest mistake could cost the position in this last few Ks.
If you're just joining us, we are following the PDA race, 55K race at Val d'Aran by UTMB. We were following the men's race earlier on, but we are solidly with the women now. Sarah Alonso running in first, has been running in that position for over the last 4 hours. And while it is close, while she is being chased down, just minutes between her and Juana. Oh, God, I'm nervous. Her win is
Sarah. There we go. And you can see she's under pressure.
1.5 kilometers to go.
Yeah.
1.5. Let's hope that Juana makes that same turn when she gets to the bottom as well.
Yeah,
it's always looking ahead, checking to make sure she's going the right way. She knows that she can't afford any mistakes here. Let's go.
But there we go. She can see the town in the distance. She would have on her watch how many Ks left in the race. She's still looking back.
It's in the bag now.
Yeah. Yeah, and I hope
Sarah
somebody
has
will be
run
there to let her know so she can actually enjoy these last few 100 meters, take it all in and celebrate another win. You know, when Sarah toes the line, it's hard to bet against her. And she's doing it again today at the HOKA Val d'Aran by UTMB 50K, the PDA. We can hear the finish line in the distance. Less than a K to go for the Spanish runner representing Team ASICS.
Sarah Alonso, she has survived cow attacks. She's survived her own falls on the trail, and she has held off the other women just minutes behind 4 hours. That is not only physically grueling, that is mentally grueling, and she deserves this win. She wasn't sure how she would fare today. She said she wasn't as fit as she needed to be, but clearly she was sandbagging. We all knew it. We could tell that she was going to have a strong performance today, and this sets her up incredibly well for the UTMB World Series finals, coming back for OCC in Chamonix Valley later this summer. And here she is running into the finish in Vieja.
Yeah, she was sticking to the right-hand side, but then luckily the cam mountain biker was with her to lead the way. And there we go. She's in the main street, another couple of turns, and she's opening up. Look at her go now, but it's good. She finally believed that she has it in the bag. Probably one last glimpse over her shoulder on that left-hand turn to be sure she's safe. And celebration now, hands flying. Oh, and that's her mom. Like no wonder she can't keep up. But it's so good that, you know, her family is always out to celebrate those big moments in an athlete's career. Ladies and gentlemen, Sarah Alonso taking the win at the 2026 PDA. Ring that bell, girl. She wants that tape.
Finish tape. Let's go. She couldn't stay on her feet on the race, and she couldn't grab the tape at the finish, but she won. And that is a winning face. Yeah, ring that bell.
There you go.
Well done, Sarah.
Yeah. So good.
Still got enough energy for her victory lap.
Oh,
yeah. And it's not going to be long before she welcomes Juana in second place. But right now, that finish line is hers. That celebration is hers.
And it's really cool to see.
To watch. Yeah.
Oh, she is.
She's just an incredible competitor. She is fierce. She's humble. She's kind to the other runners. She's just a joy to be able to watch, whether you're sharing a trail with her or behind her on the trails or watching, spectating at home.
And she always had that like attitude of giving everything she possibly has all the way to the line. Like, she is very, very strong runner, and yet she doesn't trust herself. She doesn't have the ego being like, all right, I have this in the bag, or the confidence. Just, like Luca Del Piero, it wasn't ego. He was like, hey, I know I've got this, but like Sarah is just like, no, all the way. Nothing is done until it's done. Maybe because she knows that she has the tendency to trip quite a bit, and therefore everything could be taken away from her. But yeah, it's definitely one of the role models of our sport that we certainly appreciate seeing in the races that we do the commentary for, and especially when stars align and she can deliver. Here you go. She's not running super confident either. She knew that there was Nuria Gil creeping up on her, but this is going to be in the bag for Romanian athlete representing Team Fuga, Ioana Madalina Amarei, in the streets of Vieja. One more turn and she looks like she's worked also pretty damn hard. What a race in the women's field today on this PDA.
Waiting for that smile. She's really still just gritting it out. You can see it on her face, but she is getting closer. Looking behind her.
Oh, she's running scared all the way.
Let's go. The finish line is ahead. Look forward. Here we have our second place in PDA, Val d'Aran by UTMB. Ioana Madalina Amarei from Romania. This is our second place woman. It's time to smile now. You've made it. It's time to smile. Oh, God, it's just that effort is written all over her face. I don't know if she's feeling the relief yet. I think she's still running through the race in her head. You can see.
And she's like, whoa, what are you making me do? Okay, run the back. Okay, I can do that. There you go.
Okay, the relief has come. Who knows what's going through her head? I think maybe she's still feeling the effort. Maybe she's realizing just how close she was to that first place, but really, nothing to be disappointed about. A second place in this race is huge.
And to her, yeah.
Series major, and this is incredibly competitive. The World Series majors are more competitive than any of the other races in the UTMB World Series because of the stakes, because you get a deeper field getting direct entry to UTMB because of the prize money, all sorts of reasons. So a second place here in a competition this stiff, she was less than 3 minutes behind Sarah Alonso in first. Incredibly impressive and well done to Ioana. And also to break up a bit of the geography, a bit of the nationalities coming into the top 5. This would otherwise be a Spanish sweep if it wasn't for Ioana. So really happy to have her here in the competition.
True, and this is a massive step up in her career. Like, seeing her UTMB index, she's definitely gonna now increase that. Nuria is not confident. All of these women coming into the finish line did not let go of the gas pedal. They felt like they were being hunted. That position that they're holding on to was never acquired until they get to the line. She's still looking back. I don't know if we had Nayara Irigoyen, who was coming behind her. She has, there we go. She broke into a smile. She's now realized that she was far away enough to secure that third place at the HOKA Val d'Aran UTMB 50K, the PDA 55K, 3,300 meters of gain. And there we go. A little kiss to the less than 1-year-old baby. And with a bright smile on her face.
Nuria Gil Clapera, the mom of a 1-year-old, finishing in third. Incredibly competitive race.
Whoa! And this is why she was looking back. Nayara Irigoyen coming in fourth place, less than 10 seconds behind. Woo!
I told you that the women's field was going to be tight. It is a closer race than the men's field. That is not something we normally see. And that speaks to the level of competition, the depth, the range of these women. All of them should be incredibly proud. Whether they're smiling or not, whether they're just still processing what has happened out there over the last 6.5 hours, they all deserve these finishes, and they all pushed each other. They all pushed each other to get these times. That's what I love about it.
And look, it is hot out there. They are going for water now. The two teammates from Spain are doing a bit of a post-race debrief. I wish we were a little fly on the wall and could hear that conversation.
Wow.
And there you go. We're going to have interviews. So Sarah first, I reckon. Then Joanna. And then Nuria. So I think they're starting to... Oh, nope. What's happening? Ah, yeah. Okay, so this is the top 3 photo.
What a day. What a day. We're still waiting for Estelle Roig for him, coming in 5th, but there's a little bit of a gap, it looks like. And there we have our top 3 women in PDA at Val d'Orem by UTMB. Sarah Alonso still showing a bit of dirt on her face from where she ate on the trail a couple of times, but all smiles. And currently standing on 2 feet.
She's always a bonus. So yeah, I was looking at Johannes because like she looks extremely young, but apparently from what I found, she's 31 years old. So I would have said early 20s, but no, it looks like she's 31. So on par with the other participants.
Still a spring chicken.
Oh, yeah, especially compared to us old farts.
It's nice to see Nuria, you know, in the kind of later 30s category, and as a new mom still rounding out that podium.
And everybody's come to the sidelines to celebrate all the performances from our top women finishers. And again, we're eagerly waiting for the interviews of our top 3 women. There we go. I think we're getting ready. The countdown is being given to Sarah Alonso, and we're going to switch to them. There we go.
PDA 2026, que nos tiene que contar muchísimas aventuras. Y bueno, primero darle la enhorabuena, pero también todas las cosas que puede llegar a contar en una carrera como ha sido la PDA de Viella. Enhorabuena, Sara, cuéntanos.
Lo primero, creo que es la carrera más dura que he hecho en mi vida, ¿eh? Wow. No sé si...
Wow, okay, so first thing I want to say is this is the hardest race of my life.
Wow.
So we started hard.
Tienes detrás a 30 segundos, a 15 segundos, a 1 minuto, luego a 3 y yo ya ahí me he relajado y de repente en Arties mi padre, Sara, que la tienes a 1, yo, wow.
And she said like she started increasing her gap from 30 seconds to 1 minute to more, and then her dad was actually in RTS is like, get moving, she's coming back. And so yeah, the course and the heat really pushed her to the end, to her limits.
Las caídas yo creo que forman parte y de hecho si lo veis no me he caído en ningún sitio así ni muy técnico, ha sido falta de fuerzas, cuando estás ahí al límite cualquier piedra te hace tropezar y yo realmente lo he dado todo lo que tenía porque esta carrera se lo merece y realmente quería ganarla y lo he intentado hasta el final ha salido bien, pero ha estado muy apretada la cosa, pero bueno, me llevo un buen recuerdo, muy duro, no sé si el año que viene volverá a la de 55 o a la de 30, porque wow, esto va a costar, ahora me voy al río, un heladito y a pasar las horas, Gracias a todos.
Está claro.
So a lot of excitement, obviously. I didn't get everything she said, but she definitely mentioned something about like the race being very technical. And what she will remember is that it was indeed an extremely hard race. And that she had to push hard all the way to the finish. And then I think I missed a few things in there, but yeah, Sarah can speak. And there you go. Estelle Roig across the line. Has now made it, and she rounds the top 5. Is that right?
You can pick up a lot. Yeah, that does round out the top 5. And you can pick up a lot even if you don't speak the language, just from the emotion that Sarah was saying in her interview. But that is our top 5 women now across the line. Just incredible. Now, 11 minutes separating first and fifth, which I think my prediction was right. I think that was tighter than the top 5 on the men's side. Certainly we saw between first and fourth a very tight field.
So now probably resetting a little bit the interview setup and hopefully moving to Joanna in second place and to hear it from her. I'm assuming she's got a lot to say about working hard in that last part of the race. And I'm anticipating that she'll be.
Expression at the finish.
Yeah. She looked spent.
Like she was spent.
Yeah.
A bit, almost shocked in a good way, but really just trying to process what exactly had happened over the last 6.5 hours. But I hope she does give herself a chance to really understand what an incredible performance that was, how well she ran, and it bodes well for OCC. Both Sarah and Juana are coming back for OCC.
Oh yeah, for Joanna, that's going to be confidence in the bank, big time.
Yeah.
The fact that she managed to keep it together and, like, you know, get Sarah to worry about her on a course that is also super strong, super tough, super technical. So, yeah, that is the perfect test going into the UTMB World Series final OCC for the 50K distance, as much as now it is a 60K race. So, yeah, I'm really hoping we can... yeah, Sarah is happy celebrating. Yeah, we can hear it from the woman herself, Joanna, on the finish line. And then Nuria Gil as well. There we go. Okay, Nuria first, third place.
De menos a más, como se debe hacer esta carrera que dice en la PDA, una de las más bonitas que tenemos y que terminan todas las carreras. ¡Wow! Nos has enseñado muchísimo cómo se debe correr, se te ve realmente emocionada. ¿Dónde crees que has pegado?
So you've shown like how to execute perfectly a race and come back strong.
Esa tercera posición y ese podium en la PDA.
So how do you feel about this podium in third position?
2 o 3 años que no hacía algo tan largo, pero bueno, estoy muy contenta. Sí que es cierto que en Colomers me quería morir. Creo que he salido del bucle de Colomers.
She wanted to die at some point in the race. She was so tired.
Y voy a poder apretar más y poco a poco he ido cogiendo la quinta, la cuarta.
But little by little she was able to come back.
Y hemos hecho la subida juntas. La verdad que iba muerta, Nayara súper genial.
And then yeah, she did the climb apparently together with Nayara. And then yeah, she was pretty proud to go from 7th place to 3rd place.
Que completa la tercera posición. Y bueno, orgullosa no, orgullosísima de ese pase directo ahí a Chamonix.
Sí, no nos podemos quejar. Por suerte lo tenía, pero bueno, otro siempre no viene mal, ¿no?
O sea, un doble.
Un doble ya, venga, va, pues ya está.
Muchas gracias, Nuria.
Gracias, gracias.
And Tonin was asking if she was going to be at UTMB, and I believe that is the case. Un doble, meaning a double. So I reckon he was mentioning the podium here and possibly a podium there. Where you see sheer joy from Nuria Gil on the way to the finish line after indeed a very well executed race.
But everyone talking about how tough it was and how much they gave out there. You know, you like to see everyone leave it all out on the trail, and they did. As we are looking at the finish line here, we will do a bit of a race recap, starting from the beginning of the race at 7 a.m. local time. Cool temperatures as the runners set off into the hills. We had the American leading on the women's side, Helen Mino Faulkner at the start. There we saw Nuria Hill early on. And one of the stories, the unfortunate stories of the day, we had Robert Camoy, who was leading in the front pack near the start. Unfortunately, took a bad fall. Speaking of falls, there was Sarah Alonso's first fall on the trail. We captured a second one thanks to the camera runners, but she kept going. Unlike Robert Camoy, who we just saw there without poles on the climb, which made him drop back a little bit in the race. Unfortunately, his fall was not as successful. So going up this first very steep climb, bit of a difference between the men and the women. Top men using the poles other than Robert. Here's where we see the pass between Robert and Anthony Falbert. The two of them started jockeying back and forth, first and second, neither one of them wanting to let the other out of their sight. On the women's side, Sarah Alonso took the lead from about 2 hours.
Yeah, and then there was a big chasing group in the men's coming into RTSS station while Sarah was trying to pull away, and she was doing more than trying. She was actually putting more and more time on Joanna, who was running in second place. And then coming out of the RTS 8 station, reshuffle of the cards, Anthony Felbert, who was in the lead, is now in fourth place because, in his own word, he started to fade. And Alain Santamaria with Luca Del Pero and Gianluca Giano were top three at this point. And then a little bit of confusion here from Joanna coming into the aid station while she was looking the way out. Sarah had an absolute perfectly executed transition at the RTS station, the last aid station, where she said that she heard from her dad, "You need to move, she's coming back." And then here, Gianluca and Anthony were trying to chase the man of the day from Italy. Here is on your screen Luca Del Pero. Perfectly executed race, made his move in the last climb and then pulled away, opened up enough of the gap so he could move smoothly into the finish. Super stoked as well. Another Italian runner representing Team Asics, Gianluca Giano, taking second place, and in third place also Team Brooks is Anthony Felbert from France. After leading for part of the way, he said he maybe took a start that was a bit too hard, but that's his racing style, and he's still absolutely delighted about his third place and was very impressed about how quickly the gentlemen around him, both ahead and behind, were running downhill. Sarah Alonso here dodging the horses, followed 3+ minutes back by Joanna. We established that there wouldn't be much changes by the end, and yet that was so close here. Sarah Alonso from Spain representing Team ASICS taking a well-deserved first place. You can see the joy on the line. She's diving another time to pick up the finishing tape. Then head down. She had been working so hard that, it took her a second to regroup and gather herself, but Joanna did absolutely outstanding here. Race of her season, if not her career. And then in third, again, perfectly executed race by Nuria Gil, taking third place. Coming back to the trail racing scene after having a little baby last year. Wow, what a morning!
Congratulations.
And it is
well
just
done.
the start. And
Our
there
next
we have
finisher.
the
Excellent,
top 5
excellent
men
race. Well
on
done.
your screen.
Desde
Luca Del Perro,
Argentina.
followed by Gianluca Giano, Anthony Falbert, Josep Miret, and Leonard Matrica. So interesting to see the nationalities on the men's side versus the women's side, because we've got Italians in the lead here. We've got someone from Romania, and we've only got one Spaniard, where it's a bit of a different scene on the women's side with the top 5, where it was almost a Spanish sweep if it wasn't for Ioana Madalena Emerai from Romania. So Sarah Alonso, followed by Ioana, and then Nuria, Niara, and Estelle. My goodness, look at those times between second, third, fourth. I said it was going to be tight, and it was, particularly between third and fourth. Whew! The women were looking behind them the whole time, really, because they just knew how close it was. Love to see this competition. This is only the start. We followed the 50K race today, but we will be coming back over the next 2 days to follow the 100K and 100-mile races. Super exciting. Please tune back in. This is really only just the beginning. The drama increases as the distances and elevation do too.
Absolutely, and we're gonna be here for 3 days to bring you these images from this UTMB World Series European Major here on your screen. The men's winner in the VDA, Luca Del Perro, and then we have the podiums back with Gianluca Giano. And as we are seeing those finishes, it is also time for us to say goodbye. But indeed, Steph, it is not forever. It is until tomorrow. Tomorrow we will be back on the live local time, and when I say we, it's not gonna be me, but you're in good hands. Steph, you will be back holding the fort, and this is gonna start tomorrow at 1:20 p.m. local time.
We look forward to seeing you then, and I promise no singing tomorrow. Martin will be back with that on Saturday.
Wait for that. Actually, this is already happening. The European Major of the UTMB World Series is starting.
Vamos a disfrutarlo, vamos a vivirlo.
They will be there all day long, 8 hours in the mountain.
Y volvemos con más emoción, con más pelea en esta Valdarán Valle de Neve. Beautiful stride. He is absolutely giving everything.
mierda, pero bueno, voy con lo que tengo. Y a que le acabo ya.
Let's get ready to welcome our two next runners, Adrián Esquelechuela Vicente y Marc Rota Colel. Bienvenidos, chicos, a la meta. Viera es todo suyo. Enhorabuena, chicos.
Sí, tío, los temas de los raids.
Un equipazo.
Eso es buenas roscas, ¿eh? Y todo mapa.
La meta es tuya. Enhorabuena, Marc. Enhorabuena, fantástico. Muy bien. La campana para ti. Congratulations, Helen Mino Faulkner, 6th place overall from the US of A. That's a big run, Helen. Congratulations, we hope you're happy with that.
Sí, bueno, acaba de llegar los primeros.
6th place there for Helen. 6 hours, 47 minutes. Well done. And of course, all of our top 10 runners get direct